Good morning, everybody on the platform. My name is Sandy Leboy. I'm the Senior Manager responsible for professional statutory services with SACEP. And welcome to this important recognition of prior learning and special consent webinar. We're going to have quite engaged session today, and we would like to have a two-way street where each and everybody impacts this particular platform and the webinar, which is quite critical. We see that there's quite a lot of people that are joining. Let's give them 2 or 3 minutes, and after that we will start formally with the proceedings of this particular webinar. 3 minutes it will be. Thank you very much.
Uh, 170, 175, so you can proceed, leader.
Good morning once more to everybody on this particular platform. Just to remind all of us and to ensure that we are on the right platform, this is the SACEP webinar where we're going to talk the language of recognition of prior learning as well as special consent. I'd like to welcome everybody on this platform. Welcome to the council members within our midst and the panel members within our midst, but also welcome, a special welcome to you, our practitioners in the architectural space. We really appreciate that you took time to join us for this important webinar. As I was indicating earlier, we expect that each and everyone come out of this particular workshop having learned, the nuts and bolts of how to apply for special consent as well as recognition of prior learning. My name is Sandy Leboy. I'm the Senior Manager responsible for professional statutory services with SACEP. And I'm going to drive this particular session today. I'm the pilot, and I'll do my utmost best to make sure that the session flows as planned by SACEP. And I should also indicate that as the program has been flighted, can you flight it, Manoko? We're going to have 3 presentations from very knowledgeable persons who are part of the architectural fraternity. The opening and welcome formally has been done, and I hope everybody is home wherever you are, and please feel welcome into this platform. We know that there's quite a lot of you who took time, importantly, to join us. We are almost at 200 plus now in this platform, and as SACAP, we are very excited to have you on board today. We're going to have 3 presentations. Mr. Munetsi Chiunda will provide us with an overview as well as purpose of this particular webinar. And he will be followed by Mr. Danashwa Basju, our council member, who will take us through the RPL and special consent policy requirements, looking at all the 3 tiers of that particular requirements of the policy. And he will be followed by our council member, Mr. Vusi Pailane, who's going to talk essentially on gaps that have been identified during RPL, as well as special consent assessments that we undertake from time to time at SACAP. And Mr. Pailani will be followed by Ms. Therese van der Vente, who will also, talk to us about how to improve your applications. So those will be the 3 presenters that we'll be having, who will follow in that particular order, but I will call upon them. Allow me at this point, colleagues, to call upon Mr. Munetsi Chiunda, who's going to take us through the overview of this and the purpose of this particular webinar. Thank you. Over to you, Leader Munetsi.
Thank you very much, and good morning to all the attendees. We have got a good number, 219, and it's also increasing, which is more favorable. So just for the purpose and also introducing this webinar to you, this is one, it's all the attendees on this program, you will receive CPD points. So you will receive CPD points, and please make sure that the name and the emails and your name that you are using, that you use to register, is the one that you're gonna use to allocate those points, unless otherwise you are using email or a name that is not with our database. Okay, so the purpose for this webinar, which we call RPL and special consent webinar, as you know, it is mainly for transformation. It is mainly for transformation. As you know, RPL is a transformation vehicle that the country use to transform and also to upgrade people from moving from one category to another category. So on your RPL, here what you are required to do is, on our website, on your profile, there are some requirements that Mr. Danashwa is going to discuss about as well. What is it required for you to apply for RPL? RPL, it allows you to move from one category to another category. And that designation only operates within the borders of this country, and it does not apply when you go outside. That is if you are upgraded. Secondly, special consent. Special consent is whereby you don't move grades, but what it does, it allows you to work or to work on building topologies that are above your current registration category. So you are only permitted or exempted on those particular or on that particular building topology that the panel is exempted you to draw. You might be in a lower grade, but you can draw only those building topologies in a different or in a higher grade. That being said, I will then hand it over to Mr. Sandile to introduce our next speaker, and colleagues enjoy, and please pay particular attention so that when you compile your RPL or your special consent portfolio, you would have covered all the requirements, So this is the platform, and uh, uh, just also to answer some questions, we do not provide a sample or a template for how to of a portfolio of evidence. So it is here through the narrative of these three presenters that you can formulate and come up with your solid um, portfolio of evidence based on the requirements that they are going to articulate in this webinar. Colleagues, enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you so very kindly, Mr. Chiunda, to shed the purpose of this webinar today. I think the attendees have light now in terms of, how, these particular instruments are being implemented at SACEP, and how also they assist one to, move and do other typologies as per the scopes of work that would be approved per application. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to invite and call upon Councillor Danashwa Basju. He is one of our council members in the current term, and he is also chairing our, RPL committee, and he will be taking us through the policy requirements. These are the critical elements that we need to consider every time when we undertake and make applications for RPL and special consent. He'll look at three levers, the first one being eligibility of applications and persons there. He will also talk to us about portfolio requirements. What is it that is required in our portfolios that we'll be submitting to SACEP for assessment? And the third and last element that he'll be looking at is how do you best align each project with the competencies. So you'll be submitting, so it'll take us through how then do you ensure that there is proper and clear alignment in terms of your project with the competencies, the 10 competencies of SACEP. Councillor Basju, let me hand over to you to take us through the policy requirements for RPL and special consent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Program Director, for the warm introduction. Just give me a few more moments to just to set up my sharing screen. So while I'm doing that, okay, can you see my screen?
Not yet.
Yes. Okay, I can see the. Is it a? Okay.
Yeah, it's just in part.
Okay, 1 minute. Yeah, I'm going to stop sharing. Let me just set up again. Okay, now you can see my screen.
Yes.
Yes, we can see it. You can put it
Okay.
on presentation mode, Councillor. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot. Okay, let me just start. Good morning and a warm welcome to all the delegates joining us for today's RPL webinar. It's a true pleasure to have you with us as we gather to explore the power of prior learning and the practical experience in shaping your professional architectural journey. Your presence here today speaks to a shared commitment to growth, transformation, and excellence in the built environment. Over the course of the 3 sessions, we will delve into the tools, processes, and pathways that RPL framework provides, creating opportunities for those with skills and expertise who deserve formal acknowledgement. Having said those few words, I want to give a warm welcome to each and every delegate who will participate in this program and who will contribute to their own professional development at the end of the day. So I'm going to start with the RPL policy requirements. The agenda is as follows. We're going to have an overview, eligibility, who qualifies, portfolio requirements, alignment of each project with the competencies, RPL, the overview, the recognition of prior learning and special consent process involves the following: identification, documentation, assessment, and the recognition of prior learning. That's knowledge, skills, competencies, value acquired formally or informally. The prior learning is assessed in accordance with SACAP's 10 competencies. I think this is very important to all the delegates here, that we must be familiar with SACAP's 10 competencies. And when we look at it, the way SACAP is aligning itself, they even require that when you attend CPD activity now, there needs to be an alignment with the SACAP 10 competencies. So you can see that we are now creating some kind of uniformity in terms of RPL, in terms of the CPD activity that you attend, that they're all going to align, and at the end of the day, the outcomes will be one that is aligned to the SACAP 10 competencies. Overview on RPL. The RPL facilitates the articulation to a higher category of professional registration. The newly articulated RP has access to work identified for such category of registration. The RP must demonstrate SACAP's 10 competencies and a variety of building typologies. So this is something that we need to highlight again, that you must demonstrate SACAP's 10 competencies and together with a variety of building typologies. So when we're looking at our other presenters, they will actually expand on this in detail. And again, we're emphasizing SACAP's 10 competencies and a variety of building typologies. So when you're submitting a portfolio of evidence, make sure that you choose different building typologies so that the assessors can actually do an assessment that actually can judge you that you're competent to do a variety of building types. In the portfolio of evidence, these varieties must be represented with a minimum of 5 projects. More of the other types can also be submitted. So you're not limited. You can submit more of other types to further enhance or reinforce your application. Articulation to a high category of registration only applies to South Africa. Again, here we're emphasizing that articulation to a higher category of registration only applies to South Africa. So once you are successful in your application, you will receive a letter. That letter will only allow you to do that work in South Africa. So if you have to immigrate to an overseas country, that may not be recognized there. So we also encouraging those who use RPL, as RPL is one method of actually upgrading to a higher category. The other method is actually where you go to university and you acquire the necessary skills, knowledge, and academic learning, where you then get a formal qualification, which will then be internationally recognized. And, another thing to note that RPL that is conferred by SACAP does not infer a higher education qualification. We're now going to look at the special consent policy. I think for those who don't want to undertake RPL, we have a special consent policy in place that allows you to apply for special consent that gives you permission to do work for a special type of building typography. So over the years, you may have specialized in designing hospitals or designing schools or designing skyscrapers, and based on that experience of yours, you can then apply to SACAP and ask for an exemption. And once you submit your portfolio of evidence, that will be considered, and you'll be granted your application you'll then be granted permission to actually do work in that category of registration, which may be in a higher category. So special consent is intended to assess previously acquired skills and knowledge. So this is very important. When you go before the panel, they are going to assess you on your acquired skills and knowledge, which is required to do a specific work type or project. This is classified outside the category of the applicant, and to grant consent to the registered person to undertake these special work types or projects. In other words, no change to the RP's current category of registration. So this is something that we need to clarify here, is that when you do a special consent, there will be no change in your category of registration, meaning that if you are a professional draftsperson, you will remain a professional draftsperson, but based on the experience you acquired doing buildings in another category, you'll be permitted to do that type of building, i.e. buildings that fall under senior technologist, under architect, or under technologist. So the difference between this and RPL is that RPL will give you an upgrade to a higher category of registration, which is only recognized in South Africa. So who is eligible for this mechanisms? Only applicants who are registered professionals, not candidates, for the required minimum period stipulated in the matrix below shall be eligible to apply and be considered for the RPL and special consent process. So this is something that we need to take note of. Candidates are not eligible to actually apply for this process currently, and there is a minimum period which has been stipulated, and we're now going to go through that minimum period as stipulated below. Furthermore, any previously disadvantaged professional practicing in any capacity in the architectural profession shall be eligible to be considered for RPL and special consent. So whilst we speak about the previously disadvantaged, the SACAP, RPL, and special consent policies and the SACAP, sorry, the word I'm looking for is the processes that we put in place is not limited to the previously disadvantaged. The entire database of the SACAP professional database is eligible to apply for RPL or special consent. So whilst we emphasize the previously disadvantaged as a tool of redress, we are encouraging each and every registered professional to actually undertake this process if they have acquired the necessary skills and knowledge. The eligibility matrix for regrading. So we have here, if you're a architectural draftsperson, you need a minimum of 3 years experience, i.e. being registered as a professional architectural draftsperson with SACAP. For a minimum of 3 years, you must have written the PPP exam if you have not previously done, SECAP RPL assessment, and successful fulfillment of any criteria or requirements arising therefrom. So from a professional architectural draftsperson, if you undertake an RPL process, you will then move, if your application is successful, you will then move to a professional architectural technologist. If you're a professional architectural technologist, you need a minimum of 3 years experience, i.e. being registered as a professional architectural technologist with SECAP. You must have written the PP exam, if not previously done. SECAP RPL assessment and successful fulfillment of any criteria. So here again, you will submit your portfolio of evidence, you'll fill in the application form, you'll submit it. There's a panel that SECAP will nominate, and they will go through your application. And once successful, you will then move from senior architectural, from architectural technologist to senior architectural technologist. And then those who are registered in the senior architectural technologies have an opportunity to move to the highest category, that is architect. So here as well, the minimum requirement we're looking at is 3 years. You must be registered with SECAP. You must have written the PPE exam if you have not done previously. So once you submit your application, that application will be processed by the SECAP back office. They will then check that your documentation is done correctly and then submit it to a panel who will then assess your application. You will present yourself online, and an assessment be done based on the 10 competencies and based on other questions that they may ask you. And once you are successful, you will then upgrade from a senior architectural technologist to an architect. So just remember, again, we're emphasizing that these processes or these mechanisms that we have put in place is only for use in South Africa. So if you have to go overseas, it does not apply there. So if you want your upgrades to be from one category to another category to be recognized, the other route is to go to a architectural learning site. Eligibility. So again, the prospective applicants who do not have any formal tertiary qualifications shall first register as a candidate architectural draftsperson, complete the compulsory period of candidacy under a mentor, submit monthly training records during the period of candidacy. So this is very important, that if you're a candidate, you must submit monthly training records. We're emphasizing the word monthly training records during your period of candidacy. You must write and pass the professional practice exams. You must write and pass the professional practice exam. You apply for registration as a professional architectural draftsperson before applying for RPL and special consent to progress to the next category of registration, or be permitted to undertake work of a building type above a category of registration. So remember, again, here we have a grading matrix. You need to have a minimum of 3 years of experience before you can actually apply to undertake a RPL process. Applicants who are registered as professionals and who do not have a formal tertiary education are free to apply for RPL to register in an appropriate category on competence amassed in practice. So here again, you are free to apply for RPL to register in an appropriate category on competencies amassed in practice. So our panel who will interview you, they will determine whether you actually meet those requirements. So therefore, we are emphasizing that you familiarize yourself with the SECAP 10 competencies, with the SECAP 6 work stages. You make sure that your mentorship, that when you go through a mentorship program, you use those opportunities to actually prepare for these processes so that when you do apply, or when you submit your application and when you present yourself, it's a seamless experience with the SACAP panel who's going to do the assessment for you. Alternatively, applicants may apply for special consent to be granted permission to undertake work of a particular building type that is outside their category of the applicant's category of registration. Again, here we're differentiating between the two. So one is where RPL ways it takes you from one category to the next category of registration. If you want to remain in your category of registration, i.e., if you're a draftsman and you're happy being a draftsman. However, during the years of practice, you have acquired experience in certain building typologies, then you can use this mechanism to actually apply for special consent. And once successful, you'll be granted to do that that building type. Applicants who have not written the PPP exam previously be required to do so. So we must remember that in 2006 or before 2006, we had architectural practitioners out there who were not registered with SACAP, and then we had in the year 2006 when it became compulsory for everyone to be registered with SACAP. However, one of the provisos in that registration was that those who did not write the professional practice exams were allowed to continue in a registration category. But as soon as you decide that you want to apply for RPL or you want to use the mechanism of special consent, then you must write the PPP exam. So if you don't write the PPE exam, you won't be allowed to upgrade. So what this means that even after you successfully do an RPL assessment, if you have not written the RPL exam, you will remain in your category of original registration. This requirement does not apply to special consent applicants. The RPL policy requirements, the portfolio requirements for the projects that you need to submit. So 5 recent projects of work showing the involvement of the applicant. I think this is important. Choose your projects carefully. Make sure that the projects you choose, you are able to demonstrate the SACAP 10 competencies in those projects, and it gives you a better opportunity to actually be successful in your application. It is recommended that the 5 projects shows a variation in complexity and, where possible, building types within the scope that is permitted in each category of registration. So again, here we're emphasizing that make sure that you have a variety of projects that you submit in your application so that the panel is able to assess your competency to actually do the work, especially if you're applying from one category to another category. And you must remember that the higher your category of registration, the more stringent it becomes for you to actually demonstrate your competency. So i.e. from a senior architectural technologist to an architect, at that level, your competencies, your expertise, and your experience need to be of an extremely high standard. It's not that because we put in place an RPL policy or we put in place a mechanism, it means that we are simply going to approve your application and permit you to do work in a high category of in a higher category of registration. You have to demonstrate to the panelists that you're capable and you're competent of actually performing at that level. And how do you do that? You submit your portfolio of evidence. You are able to speak through that process. You are able to demonstrate to the panelists that, listen, I am competent. I can do this work. And in terms of public health and safety, there are no risks from my side. There are no risks to the public health and safety. So whilst these processes sound intimidating, don't feel intimidated. It's just that you have to go through an exercise. You mustn't one morning wake up and say, listen, I'm going to go through an RPL process, and therefore you put together a shoddy portfolio of evidence expecting that you're going to be successful, because I think this is where some of the disappointment comes through. And I think the other two panelists that we have here today is actually going to discuss in detail and take you through those processes, and you will then see that where disappointment may then arise because you have not adequately prepared for your application, and you're not adequately prepared for your interview process. So these are some things that you need to be mindful of, is that when you do your portfolio, or when you're submitting your portfolio of evidence, you actually take time, you consult with your peers, you consult with other people who have undertaken RPL processes and who are successful, even consult with those who are not successful, and they will tell you these were the pitfalls, these are the do's, these are the don'ts, and these are the compliances that you need to watch for. If you belong to a voluntary association, they are of great help. They will assist you in actually putting your portfolio together. They will give you the necessary guidance as well to actually ensure that your portfolio of evidence is of a standard that will ensure your success when you undertake that interview process. So again, the portfolio requirements. So what are the portfolio requirements? We need a maximum of 10 PDF images per project. We find that sometimes our applicants are very enthusiastic and excited. They send us hundreds of PDF images. We are appealing to you not to do that. I think you choose the best 10 PDF images that actually demonstrate your ability to do that type of work, or demonstrate that competency that will enable you to be successful in your application. Assisting in clearly giving reference where relevant. So this is very important. You must assist in clearly giving reference where relevant to the 10 required competence relative to their specific registered category. And then we're going to show you something below again. So we're emphasizing the SACAP 10 competencies. As you can see from the time I started this presentation, I am speaking about the SACAP 10 competencies. So together with the SACAP 10 competencies, there is a link with the SACAP 6 work stages as well. And you need to familiarize yourself with the 6 work stages and the 10 competencies for you to be successful in your application. Not only that, not only the 10 competencies are not the only criteria that will determine your success. There will be other things that determine your success in terms of how you conduct yourself at the interview process, how your drawings and portfolio was presented. However, I'm not going to go into the detail in my presentation. We have the other two panelists who will actually take you through those processes. So then when we're looking at the SACAP 10 competencies, what are the SACAP 10 competencies? So we have architectural design, environmental relationships, construction technology, building structures, contextual urban relations, architectural history, theory, precedent, building services and related technology, contract documentation, and administration, computer applications. Okay, I can't see my other thing that's been blocked. However, when you look at these 10 competencies, you need to be familiar with these 10 competencies. And when you are assessed, and if you are unsuccessful in your application, SACAP the panelists will give you guidelines as to where you need to reinforce and where you need to do research to actually enhance your application. So the assessment scale, I think this is all in our SACAP identification of works policy document. So we need to revisit this document again. So before we even submit an application to SACAP, we need to go through all of the documentation that is available to us to familiarize ourselves with the information that is available, so that we are then knowledgeable in terms of how we put together our portfolio of evidence. And then in that interview, you hear that I keep on speaking about that interview process, is that when you are interviewed, you must be able to speak through these 10 competencies. You'll find that you'll find that the panel may consist of 6 members, and each panelist may ask you a question. One may ask you on construction technology, one may ask you on building structures, one may ask you on contextual and urban relationships. So you must be able to speak to your design and demonstrate your competency in those aspects. So if you're looking at a professional architect, the assessment scale that will apply knowledge, understanding, application, problem solving. So we're looking at a professional senior architectural technologist here as well. We're looking at knowledge, understanding, problem solving. So you're looking at architectural design. You need to have knowledge, understanding, application, problem solving. Environmental relationships, you need knowledge, understanding, application. In building structures, you need knowledge, understanding, and application. So I think I'm not going to discuss all of this here today, but you need to understand how these 10 competencies and the SACAP assessment scale works. So again, for a professional senior technologist, when you look at the assessment scale, the outcome field and numbers, you're looking at architectural design. You need to have, you as a professional architectural technologist, you need to have knowledge, understanding, application, and knowledge, understanding, and application. In terms of environmental relationships, you need knowledge and understanding. However, I'm not going to go through all of these processes, but this is to give you an idea of your preparation that you need to do, when you submit yourself for an interview process. So you'll be asked questions based on knowledge and understanding, or you'll be asked questions based on application, or you'll be asked a question based on understanding, or in relationship to building services and related technologies. And then as a professional architectural draftsperson, I think here you'll be registered at this category, your assessment scale. So at this stage here, your knowledge and understanding, environmental relationships, you only need knowledge. Construction technologies, knowledge and understanding. Again, I'm not going to go through this, but from here now, if you see that as a professional architectural draftsperson, if you are going to apply for a higher category of registration, that is as a senior technologist, so you'll have to be familiar with knowledge, understanding, and application in architectural design. You'll have to be familiar with environmental relationships, knowledge and understanding. You must be able to demonstrate knowledge, understanding, and application in construction technology. So as you can see, as we build up now, so from a senior technologist, from a professional senior technologist, you want to upgrade to a senior architectural technologist. You need to demonstrate to the panelists again. In architectural design, you must be able to demonstrate problem solving, application, understanding, and knowledge. So some of these things you may not be able to demonstrate all of these in some of your portfolios, but however, when the panelists ask you a question, you must be able to answer. They may ask you a problem solving question. How did you solve a problem? What was the challenges you faced at a design level, or what was the challenges you faced, in terms of construction technology? You must be able to demonstrate that knowledge at that interview process, or demonstrate it in your drawing. So even if it's not shown on your drawing, you speak through that challenge. So you inform, or you give an overview of the challenges that you experienced when you were doing a specific project, and then what was the challenge, and what methods or what techniques you used, or what research you used to actually come about to solve those problems. So I think you are now familiar with how the SECAP assessment scale works and the SECAP 10 competencies work as well. Let me just go back down. Again, here, portfolio requirements. The application shall be accompanied by the prescribed fees. Okay, just remember that if you don't pay your fees, your application will remain at the back office and would not progress further than that. Portfolio requirements, the application process. To consider their suitability for registration and progression. An application for RPL and special consent submitted via email address or by hand with the following information. So again here, portfolio requirements, the application procedure, an application for RPL or special consent is submitted via email or by hand with the following information. A summary of information sheet to be provided by SECAP. A letter motivating as to why the application is proposed. Affidavits from clients, consultants, contractors, mentors, and or supervisors confirming that the applicants perform their duties in person competently and to a satisfactory level. I think this is very important, delegates, is that your affidavits, make sure that you get your affidavits from your clients, from your contractors, from your mentors, or from your supervisor confirming that you have performed the duties and you performed it competently and to a satisfactory level. This actually gives you an advantage, when you submit these affidavits. We find that in some of the applications, these affidavits are missing. The portfolio requirements, again, an application for RPL or special submitted via email or hand with the following information. Selected documents pertaining to the project include examples of architecture professional client agreement. So again, I'm going to emphasize here, please submit a professional client, architectural client agreement with your application, because when the panelist is interviewing you, they will see that you are complying with the code of conduct. They will ask you questions on the code of conduct. They will ask you questions on your your architectural client agreement. They will look at your architectural client agreement. They will ask you, why is this information missing? Why is that information not shown there? So make sure that when you submit your architectural client agreement, it aligns with the SECAP code of conduct. Conceptual work, design, development, and technical studies. Minutes of meetings, again, this is also an added advantage, is that whenever you attend site meetings, whenever there are any other meetings that you had with your client, record those meetings and then submit those meetings with your application. Those meetings actually add value, and it further enhances your chances of success, being to move from one category to another category. So your minutes of your meetings, in those minutes, there might be challenges that your client may have posed a challenge for you in your design, or the site may have come up with a challenge. And in those meetings, you may have discussed solutions, or you may have discussed ideas, or you may have referred your client to other building technologies. And these are the things that the panelists will look at, and they will question you on it. And this is when we speak about demonstrating your competency, and in terms of your portfolio of evidence, in terms of your SECAP 10 competence. So minutes of meetings are very important. Submit minutes that actually show where you had problems and how in your discussions with your client, how resolutions came about in solving the problems. Certifications is another important thing. All your building certifications, make sure that if you have them, please submit them. So the application shall contain a cover page with the applicant's name and index page. So you must have an index page. All submissions must be converted to a PDF format. One project is equal to one PDF compilation. Once the portfolio of evidence has been received, the administration shall review the application for completeness. Should an applicant require guidance with this process, they must request assistance from SACAP. So there again, we're not leaving you in the wilderness. We are saying if you require assistance, please ask for it. SACAP will assist you. They will help you to ensure that when you're putting your portfolio of evidence together, when you are submitting your application, it is complete and you do not leave out any information that is vital to your success. I think further to that, also speak to if you're not a member of a voluntary association, please join one, or please speak to someone, please speak to your voluntary association, because they will also assist you in actually putting together your portfolio and ensuring that your compliance level is met. And then again, this one here, we emphasizing again, only original and authentic work of the applicant shall be submitted for evaluation, shall be considered for evaluation and assessment. Only original, I'm emphasizing again, only original and authentic work of the applicant shall be considered for evaluation and assessment. Please, one more for the last time, original, authentic work of the applicant shall be considered for evaluation and assessment. I think time and again, we find that the disputes that arise, is it whose work is it that you are submitting for assessment? Is it your work? Is it a third-party work? Is it the work of another professional? So please be mindful, if it is not your work, do not submit that drawing for assessment. The panelists have a way of identifying that this is not your work, either through scrutiny of your submission, or through an interview, or through interrogation. They will able to determine that this is not your work. So please, one last time, only original and authentic work of the applicant shall be considered for evaluation and assessment. Alignment of each alignment of each competency requirements. When an applicant is applying for special consent, for RPL or special consent, the applicant's prior learning is evaluated against competencies. Again, here, your prior learning is evaluated against SACAP's 10 competencies. So we're emphasizing, as you can see, we're emphasizing the 10 competencies. You need to familiarize yourself with these 10 competencies, because you will be evaluated against these 10 competencies. It is essential that they describe in their documentation, and to have the assessment panel how their 5 chosen projects in their portfolio have responded to all of the competencies relevant to all the skills being applied for. So again, here you need to show and describe in your documentation, you need to show this to your assessment panel, how in your 5 chosen projects, in your portfolio of evidence, you have responded to all of these competencies. Again, we're emphasizing, I think over the few slides that we have went through, we're emphasizing that you need to demonstrate your 10 competencies. You need to demonstrate it in your work, in your documentation, or even when you speak, or through the interview that you will go through, that you need to demonstrate these competencies. It may sound intimidating. We are not here to intimidate you today, but however, we are here to just to emphasize the requirements in terms of your preparation, and in terms of your readiness for actually undertaking an RPL process, or in terms of actually underdoing a special consent application. This is not an intimidation exercise. We are emphasizing that you must be prepared, you must be ready before you submit your evidence. You must be confident, and I can assure you that if you meet those minimum requirements, it's a walk in the park for you. It is essential that they describe in their documentation, and to have the assessment panel and to show to the assessment panel how the 5 chosen projects in their portfolio have responded to all the, okay, we've covered that. So this is what we're looking at. I think we went through this again. I went through this. So we're saying your learning levels for assessment is knowledge, understanding, application, problem solving. So what is knowledge? So knowledge is to be able to recall and remember facts and information. Understanding is not only to recall facts, but especially to understand their impact, that is insight, your application, to apply existing knowledge to new situations, and problem solving to solve a complex problem, that is analysis, synthesis, and evaluation. So you remember, if you're applying from a senior technologist to an architect, problem solving, application, understanding, knowledge. Make sure you are well familiar with these learning levels for assessment, because it is not easy. You need to master these skills. You need to demonstrate it in your documentation, whether it's your architectural drawings, whether it's your contract documentation, whether it's your minutes, and through your conversations that you will be having with the panelists. And I think I also showed you in the previous slides that from a draftsman, what level of learning you require, from a draftsman, where it's knowledge and understanding, where from a senior, from a technologist, it's knowledge, understanding, application. And as you move higher, you're looking at knowledge, understanding, and problem solving. So something that you need to be mindful of when you are undertaking these processes. So again, here we're looking at a professional draftsperson. I think at a professional draftsperson who is moving to the category of professional architectural technologist. This is what the previous slide is speaking about. So here, when you are submitting your portfolio of evidence, or when you present yourself before the panel, you're going to demonstrate to that panel knowledge, understanding, and application in your architectural design. In your computer applications, you're going to demonstrate knowledge, understanding, and application in your designs. As far as the competency number 5, contextual and urban relationships, you're going to demonstrate knowledge and understanding. Remember, if you can't demonstrate it there's other ways of demonstrating, either through minutes in your meeting, or when the panelists ask you a question on urban context, the way you answer that will actually alert the panel that, listen, this RP is competent in that kind of, is competent in that specific outcome. So it is essential that they describe in their documentation and to the assessment panel how their 5 chosen projects in their portfolio have responded to all the competencies relevant to the skills levels being applied for. So this is very important. It is essential that they describe in their documentation and to the assessment panel how their 5 chosen projects in their portfolio have responded to all of the competencies relevant to the skills levels being applied for. So here again, I went through this thing from a draftsperson to architectural technologist. So these are the required things that you are required to demonstrate. History, architectural history, theory, and precedent. I think number 6 seems to be a problem. One of the gaps that I think Mr. Councillor Vusi Pelani will actually identify as a gap in many of the applications that they validate. And then in terms of office practice and legal aspects, I think this is where we spoke about submitting your contract documentation to demonstrate to the panel that you have complied with the assessment outcome in number 10. There's pre-scrutiny advisory notes. Architectural designs show any conceptual work, clients brief, aesthetics, building codes, environmental relationships, your orientations, sustainability, water and waste, XA, etc. Construction technology, material choice and why, detailing, etc. Building structures, any engagement with engineers and the structural considerations. Contextual and urban relationships, any design considerations related to the building and its relationship to its neighbors and its micro and macro content. I think Mrs. Van der Venter will take you through this process when she's doing her submission, when she's doing her part of the session. So I'm not going to discuss in detail, but as you can see, you actually need to come well prepared when you are presenting yourself for an RPL or special consent interview process. Architectural history theory, so that's the design consideration related to the history of the area, theoretical underpinning of the design work and examples of precedent drawn from in these projects. So when you look at these competencies here, when you're submitting your application, again, I am re-emphasizing, you would have noticed that I've been re-emphasizing this, that the SECAP 10 competencies is very crucial in your success in terms of an upgrade or in terms of being given permission in terms of your special consent application. And I think I also earlier on mentioned that SECAP has communicated to the voluntary association that whenever they are doing CPD content, that content must also demonstrate that they have complied with the SECAP 10 competencies. So you can see there is an alignment. So this alignment is to bring the architectural professionals in a single linear line, so we all understand the importance of the 10 competencies and how we apply it in our architectural design and in our day-to-day functioning in our architectural practices. What may we be asked in the interview? Architectural design. So you're looking at when you present your drawings, conceptual sketches, rough working to final drawings, presentation, portfolio of projects, of project progress on site, environmental relations, discussion, orientation of the plans, elevations, fenestration, water. I think, orientation is very important. When you present your drawing and it is orientated incorrectly, you need to explain why it was orientated incorrectly, what were the challenges, what were the issues on the site that did not permit you to orientate the building correctly, and the challenges that came out of that orientation, and then what problem-solving methods you use to make sure that it complies with Part XA, or to make sure that your building has a livable, comfortable index, for the occupant or for your client. And then in terms of construction technology, a section details. I think detailing in terms of construction technology, detailing is very, very important. I think currently we all submit architectural drawings to the municipality, and we expect that minimum requirement to be, something that the panel is going to be happy. No, the panel is not going to be happy with that architectural drawing that you submitted for municipal approval. Remember, the municipal approval submission process requires minimum information, whereas when you are presenting yourself before an interview, you need to make sure that you have maximum information based on the SECAP 10 competencies. So even though the municipality may not require maximum level of detailing. You need to do the detailing that you did for your workshop drawings. Submit those workshop drawings as well, because there will be lots of details for the engineering workshops or for the interior people to actually look at those designs and then come up with a suitable product. Building structures, again, your section or section details, your context and urban relationships, your streetscape, your scale, your neighborliness. So again, history, theory, and precedent, you'll be asked questions on this. Building services and related technologies, an example of services, I think we're all familiar with this. Number 6 is something that we need. Number 6 is something many of us, especially who come from experience-based, who have not had a formal university or a technology-based education, normally struggle with number 6. Contract documentation administration, again, this is important. Submit your contract documentation to demonstrate your competency. Computer applications is also very important. Office practice, legal and ethics. So I have come to the end of my presentation, Program Director. So can we have a question and answer session now, or are we going to, how are we going to proceed, Program Director?
Thank you so very much, Councillor Basju. The way we're going to do it is to have all the 3 presentations covered, and thereafter we'll engage with the questions that will come from the attendees. And maybe just to also indicate that, please, you can jot down your questions as well, on the platform, and we have colleagues that are knowledgeable that will start unpacking the answers for you for the questions that we have put forward. But we'll have a proper question and answer session after the presentation by Mrs. van der Vente. And thank you so much, Councillor Basju, for sharing and articulating very clearly and profoundly the eligibility metrics of requirements for RPL as well as special consent, the critical submission of the MTRs. Also suffice to add there that the MTRs should be duly signed by mentors. So as and when you submit, please make sure that the mentor signs those MTRs within the first 2 weeks of the new month. And you also clearly highlighted the importance of the professional practice examinations in the bigger scheme of things pertaining to these 2 instruments. Also importantly, you shared what makes a good portfolio of evidence that should be submitted for assessment to SACEP, and outlined as well the application procedures that are required and that should be followed as well. And I think your presentation, Councillor, has made sure that we form a clear foundation on policy requirements for the RPL and special consent, and it paves a great way as a foundation for the 2 upcoming presentations. With that said, allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to give this opportunity to Councillor Vusi Pailane. He's also a council member at SACEP, and he is the chairperson of the Identification of Work Committee of Council, and he's quite knowledgeable in terms of what is required for RPL and special consent. He is one of the chairpersons that we have for the assessments of RPL and special consent, and that gives him quite a bigger experience in terms of what are the issues pertaining to RPL, what makes a good submission, what makes a bad submission. And he will be taking us through the gaps that are being identified from time to time during RPL and special consent assessments, and also to shed light in terms of how best do we begin to firm up our submissions going forward. Because as SACAP, we would like you to submit a portfolio that can stand the test of time. And with that said, let me yield to you, Councillor Pailane, to take us through your presentation on the gaps identified during RPL and special consent assessment. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Program Director, Mr. Boyi. Colleagues, good morning. My name is Vusi Pailane. I'm a professional architect. I'm a council member with SACAP, and I also chair IDOW. Today, we are going to discuss the gaps that have been identified in the RPL assessments. These are based on experience and what we encounter during these assessments. Okay, so I'm going to share screen. Okay, is my screen visible?
Yes, it is, Councillor. If you can put it on presentation mode. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Colleagues, thank you to all the 270 participants who've joined us this morning. This is a CPD validated course. You will be getting points after the course. So the objective of the course today is to identify gaps identified during RPL and special consent assessment. And really, the intention is to assist those who are intending on applying so that they can avoid these common mistakes. All right, so we'll start with the mandate of SACAP, which really is to protect the public by regulating the architectural profession and working within the ambit of the Constitution. So ours is to protect the public, and we represent and regulate the architectural profession. All right, so some of the reference which had been used for this presentation, I relied on the Architectural Professions Act, number 44 of 2000, the RPL and special policy documents, the SACAP documents, and the Board Notice 7 of 2021, Code of Conduct for Registered Persons. Okay, so I've structured my presentation in two parts in terms of the gaps identified during the assessments and interviews. The first part will talk to the contravention in terms of the code of conduct. What are some of the issues and serious problems we are identifying during the assessments? And the other part relates to these 10 SACAP competencies and what are the common mistakes that applicants are making when they are interviewed and they are discussing the 10 SACAP competencies. So firstly, we look at the contravention in terms of the code of conduct. The first would be authenticity of work. Councillor Bastu did highlight this aspect earlier. So when you look at the code of conduct and the rules, obviously the work that you are going to present at a RPL or special consent application needs to be your own authentic work. And we've noted some applicants who bring work of others and say that this is their own work, original work, and we are able to identify where there's misrepresentation or where we are misled as the panel in terms of authentic work presented. And so this is in breach of our code of conduct. It contravenes our code of conduct. And if one comes and presents work that's not yours, you are at risk of really being charged. So we'll just talk to some of these provisions that talk to presenting your own authentic work. Rule 3.2 of the Code of Conduct states, shall credit the architectural work done during a period as a principal or employee of another architectural practice and shall make clear reference and description to such practice. So when you do present work, it's important to make accurate referencing, acknowledge the author of the work. If you are doing work in collaboration, say so. If you have been part of a team working on a project, ensure your details are captured in the title block. If I've drawn a drawing, make sure your details have been captured, because this is one of the ways we check for authenticity of work. So when we look at Rule 3.3 of the Code of Conduct, an RP shall ensure that the name under which an architectural practice operates is not misleading or capable of being confusing with that of another practice. Okay, so that again is a violation which needs to be attended to, because we are seeing a lot of draftspersons, technologists, and some senior architectural architects who mislead the public and say they are professional architects, and as such say that they can do work which exceed their scope of work. So that's a violation in terms of code of conduct. And once the panel picks this up, it's a concern. If you are doing work outside your scope, work in collaboration, or there are other means to do so. Rule 3.4 states, shall not use the architectural work prepared by another registered professional without written authority from the originating registered professional. Do not use work of others and say that you've done that so that you can be upgraded, because we can identify or find ways to see who the original author is. So this may actually work against you. There have been other applicants who've applied for special consent and RPL, utilizing the title block of other practices and hoping that they'll be upgraded. And unfortunately, those have not been successful. And so ensure that you properly reference or you have permission to use others' work. Okay, Rule 4.4, also relating to authenticity of work, shall only issue any drawing, specification, or documents in respect of work performed or administered by them or by a person in their employ which bears their name or registration number or the name of the architectural practice. If you're applying for an upgrade, make sure your title block captures accurately your registration details, your name of practice as registered with SACAP, so that we can accurately upgrade you without any delay. The other concern with the RPL special consent application, serious problem we had encountered was relating to applicants not having approved plans or drawings of the work that they've done in the past. Now, if you look at Rule 4.11, the Code of Conduct provides that an RP shall keep all plans, records, certificates, and or drawings commencing from the start of work and up to a period of 5 years from date of final completion. So you need to keep your records for a period of time so that you are granted consent without requiring the municipality to assist in terms of getting approved plans or any records of plans from your clients. So these are some of the rules that talk to authenticity of work and also some of the aspects that the panel members will take into account when assessing your work. Okay, the other aspect that deals with code of conduct and contravention is RPs doing work outside their scope. It's perfectly fine to do work outside your scope in collaboration with others, under supervision, under the auspice of another higher category of registration. So this rule 2.3 states shall only undertake architectural work which is identified for the category of registration in which they are registered in terms of Section 18 of the Act and in accordance with the registration categories in force. Now, 2.3, when you look at limited special dispensation, there had been those we had granted consent under the dispensation, but really now those who are applying for special consent, the work you would apply for would be work under supervision, work under the employ of others, or work you would have done in collaboration with other firms. We do take into cognizance contravention in terms of IDU. So applicants can just note that. The other aspect relating to IDU contravention is Rule 1.5, which clearly states that the RP shall not misrepresent or knowingly permit misrepresentation of their own or any other person's academic or professional qualification or competency, nor exaggerate their degree of responsibility for any architectural work. This is important because when embarking on any architectural projects, construction projects are unique. It's important that you represent yourself in terms of your capability, your competency, so that you can assume the necessary risk for a specific project. When one misrepresents members of the public in acquiring work, and this work also gets used in assessments. The panel would, pose questions in terms of contravention to doing work that falls outside your scope. So it's important, if you are doing other buildings that are outside, do it in collaboration. If I'm a draftsperson, I want to get approval for a simple double story in a residential estate, I would work with others, not merely get a sign off or utilize someone else's registration certificate. But it's important that you work with others so that you minimize the risk to the public, and also that you are aligned in terms of code of conduct. Okay, the other aspect that talks to violating the code of conduct and applications for RPL and special consent is the work prepared by candidates. When you work as a candidate, firstly, a candidate is meant to be working under supervision, under direction of others who are more competent or who are registered professionally. And when you present work, and we've seen a lot of these scenarios where applicants would be underemployed and present work that they've done independently as candidates without supervision. That can be problematic because firstly, you are not allowed as a candidate to do work without supervision, and you are not allowed as candidate to run an architectural practice. Councillor Bashu did indicate earlier that RPL and special consent is not intended for candidates. And he also alluded to the minimum requirement time frame, which is required for one to progress from one category to the next. So the work you would have done as a candidate needs to be accurately referenced and ensure that the work was under supervision and either you had been collaborating with others. So when we look at Rule 2.4 of Code of Conduct, it states that an RP shall, where work is carried out by registered candidates, under their supervision, take responsibility for ensuring that such candidate is appropriately registered, competent to perform the task, and is adequately supervised. So you cannot do the work as candidate without supervision. 2.5 states that RP shall ensure that registered candidates do not have any financial interest in an architectural practice or multidisciplinary practice that performs architectural work other than in respect of bona fide remuneration for their services. Okay, so this aspect deals with those who are candidates, running practices, you are collaborating with others, yet you are in violation of the code of conduct. So that work would be viewed differently. Okay, 2.6 states a registered candidate must perform work under the direction, control, or continual supervision of a registered professional entitled to perform such work and who must assume responsibility for any such work performed by the candidate. So the risk of doing work independently as a candidate without supervision, you cannot really, when we assess such work, it's difficult to, indicate whether you are the author of that work or whether a principal had been working with you and who had designed the scheme was involved from stage 1 to 5, and you were merely reporting to a supervisor. So it's important when you present work that you've done as a candidate, that you refer, there's reference in terms of your principals, and also get registered and use the work you've done as a registered person. Because really the work you've done as a candidate would have been work you've done in collaboration under supervision, and would not really be assessed in the same light as work you would have done as a registered professional, because as a registered professional, you are assuming the risk, you are assuming the liability. So there's a lot more involved as a registered person. So Rule 5.10, Code of Conduct. A person registered in the category of candidate shall not establish an architectural practice, act as a principal or a shareholder in an architectural practice. So work you would have done as a candidate also, when you utilize that as for RPL assessment, would be viewed in a light that you were in training. Okay, the 10 SACEP competencies. This is the other aspect where we had identified a lot of gaps in terms of the RPL assessments. Councillor Bastu had gone through a lot in terms of the training requirements, the knowledge areas, the learning level for assessment. So I'm not going to go into that in detail. But what's important to point out here is the qualification, the NQF level, the number of years in practice, or the number of years in training. So you will see for a professional architect with an EMA Prof would have had 5 to 6 years, whereas a draftsperson, a year's training and a only limited number of credits. Similarly, with the other categories of registration, they have different timelines in terms of training, and they vary. So the point here really is to say those with a professional architect's qualification would have been exposed to deal with more competencies in terms of the knowledge areas they need to be aware of, and also in terms of their intervention to deal with problem solving. So as a professional architect, you are required to deal with more, whereas a draftsperson, limited training experience, is only required to deal with limited knowledge areas in terms of those 10 SACEP competencies. All right, so again here, these are the qualifications for various categories of registration and the NQF levels. These are the 10 SACEP competencies. Councillor Bastu did talk to us through each of these earlier. So we've got architectural design, there's environmental relations, construction technology, the structure of buildings, contextual and urban relations. This aspect, we are seeing a lot of challenges and gaps from our RPs because they are not able to unpack their understanding in terms of urban relations. Similarly, history, theory, and precedent studies, there are challenges there. Okay. The rest of the competencies have been discussed earlier. Okay, this slide, I'm not going to go into detail. Councillor Bastu has taken us through here. But what's important to know about these learning proficiency levels. You have awareness, knowledge, understanding, and the ability to deal with analyzing and problem solving. So for different registration categories, these learning levels and the requirements are different, based obviously on the training experience, number of years, and also, you know, being as a professional architect, you would have had more training experience and research capabilities. Okay, so as an example, I'm just gonna look at a.
I'm running a little bit late.
Okay, all right. For competencies, just to illustrate, we've at high level, the difference in terms of what's required. It's important we understand how the scores are assessed for these different competencies. Okay, so for the first one, architectural design, Councillor Bashu did talk to us on this earlier. You'll see draftsperson, the only, you know, you need to have the knowledge of fundamentals of the design process in terms of architectural design, architectural technologies, knowledge, understanding, ability, and problem solving. Architect, you need to have the ability to solve problems. Now, the issue here when it comes to presentation and gaps, RPs are not able to talk to their design. We are seeing that RPs have made plans arbitrarily without any understanding of or analysis of spaces. There are no sketches, there's no functions, there's no process of architecture that shows from a brief to conceptual design, how did the RP move from having this brief and then imposing it onto a site. So there's a big challenge. The panel needs to see the process of architecture in terms of architectural design. You need to talk to your design. You need to articulate why spaces are formed in the manner that they are and align that to theory. Environmental relations. Second, competency. Again, you see with draftspersons, they need to be aware of environmental relations. So in an assessment, we are not necessarily going to interview a draftsperson what their knowledge is in terms of environmental impact assessments. Obviously, they are aware of it, but the assumption is they are working in consultation with other engineers who are better competent to deal with such. So you need to have some knowledge and understanding, but you are not really expected as a draftsperson to deal with environmental issues. Whereas as a professional architect, you must know what environmental relations are. You know, you need to know protected areas, sensitive sites, you know, all that. You need to be able to have an ability and problem solving capabilities to deal with such, and have demonstrate in your interview that you have worked with others dealing with that competency. So we find with some RPs, you know, they are when they articulate a competency, They don't unpack it fully. They merely state that for contract documentation, I use JBCC, whereas what's required is for you to unpack it fully, give us a scenario, what your involvement was, and how have you utilized JBCC? What provisions? What were the issues? Construction technology, this is an easier one for many RPs because it talks to design, it talks to, you know, most of what we are capable of resolving construction details. So here we are seeing a lot of applicants, they do very well, and this is their strong, competency. But again, here you are required to, demonstrate your understanding in terms of materials, in terms of junctures, in terms of details, in terms of coordinating with others in a consulting team. Your drawings have to demonstrate your coordination with electrical, your mechanical, all these, and also depending on the registration category, you must demonstrate as per your registration. Building services and technologies, similarly, draftspersons need to demonstrate their understanding. Professional architects have to demonstrate the ability to resolve building services and related technologies. You need to demonstrate that you have an understanding dealing with or coordinating a consulting team, and how have you coordinated electrical drainage services, mechanical, costing, how have you worked with others, and your understanding, which actually shows your competency, because when you speak to scenarios and previous projects you've been involved in, then we can, as a panel, understand what you are capable of, or understand the level of involvement in terms of projects, whether stage 1 to 6. Okay. The next slide is an assessment guideline. This guideline is utilized by all the assessment panels when we score applicants. And basically, we look at how you articulate your involvement in all those 10 SACEP competencies. How have you presented your work in terms of architectural design? Have you shown us analysis of sites? Have you shown us a progression from brief to sketch design, all the way to working drawings, a progression? It's important we see, the panel isn't interested in seeing beautiful aesthetics. We want to see whether you have knowledge, you are competent to deal with architectural design. So this assessment guideline looks at those 10 competencies. Councillor Bastu has already spoken to us about the outcome fields and learning level requirements. I'm not going to go into that, but what's important to note from the applicant is when we assess you as a draftsperson, we are not assessing the same competencies as when we are assessing a professional architect. So when we assess a professional, when you are upgrading from a senior architectural technologist to a professional architect, there's a lot more we are looking at in terms of your architectural intervention. So it's important when you are presenting at that level that you adequately speak to all these SACEP competencies, because really that's how you will be scored. Contract documentation and administration. Tell us what contracts have you used. Tell us how have you used JBCC or any other contracts. Computer applications, make sure that drawings you are using reflect your capability as, you know, in terms of computer application. Don't, I mean, this is a portfolio, so you need to ensure that when you are presenting work, the renders show your capabilities. You need to show that your construction details, drawings, they show your capabilities in terms of computer applications. Office practice, legal aspects and ethics, you need to talk to that. You need to tell us if there are people in your employ. Are you mentoring people? How are you dealing with legal issues and ethics, code of conduct? Are you doing work that violates, that's outside your scope? How are you dealing with these issues? And this is how really we are scoring you in terms of your experience in performing those competencies. Okay, this slide here talks to the 5 projects. Councillor Basju did talk to this earlier, and he highlighted that it's important to show project complexity and different building typologies. So project complexity and building typologies. So as a draftsperson, and you're applying for an upgrade to be an architectural technologist, you need to show various building typologies. If you have only dealt with single story, single dwelling, residential dwellings, and your portfolio is made up of 5 projects, which are single story residential dwellings, it's difficult for a panel to assess whether you'll be capable to doing barns and sheds, which is work within the scope of a draftsperson. So it's important to show complexity in scale, project complexity, and also important to show various building typologies when upgrading to the next level, because you are saying, I am capable to deal with competencies of a next level. Whereas if you show what you are currently able to do, we will be convinced that this is all you are able to do. Okay. Now, the issue again is work outside your scope. If you are doing work outside your scope, do that in collaboration with others, under supervision and guidance. And yeah, so for an architectural technologist wishing to do work of a senior architectural technologist, your work needs to talk to these other building types, which may fall outside your scope. It's important to show project complexity, and it's also important to show your ability for problem solving. So at this level, there's a lot more requirement. talking to those competencies. Obviously, we are not going to assess you as a draftsperson. So we'll need to have, in terms of those learning levels, you need to demonstrate knowledge, understanding, and ability to problem solve. So your designs, your intervention, your presentation, your interview must talk to those capabilities. Similarly, a senior architectural technologist wishing to upgrade to a professional architect, his portfolio of evidence or the 5 projects cannot only be 5 residential projects. You know, they may be the best projects, but it's important to show you've dealt with medical, you've dealt with schools, you've dealt with community centers, food processing, housing, hotels, student housing, private apartment blocks, and such. It's important for you to demonstrate your capabilities to deal with work of the next level. And note that you don't contravene the code so that you work with others who are capable of working at those category of registration. So when you're applying from senior architectural technologist to professional architect, you need to demonstrate that you are able to problem solve all the competencies and you have the skills to deal with such. And really here, we'll look at the gaps we are finding with this category of registration would be architectural history, theory, and precedent studies. A lot of applicants are not showing precedent studies. We don't want to see your understanding in terms of theory, or we merely want to see that the building you are designing for this site, that there are lessons you are getting from other similar buildings. What are those lessons? You must show us and how you've learned. The other aspect that's problematic or is a gap in this category is urban context and regional planning. Some applicants aren't able to articulate their intervention in terms of how it relates to the urban fabric. You know, it could be immediately to the building and the regional. So RP is unable to articulate in terms of analysis, in terms of mapping, how their intervention is, how is it aligned to the urban fabric? So that's a concern. So architectural history, theory, design, and precedent studies, urban context, that's a challenge. Another challenge, again, we are seeing is the issue of contract administration. A lot of clients or RPs are appointed from stage 1 to 4, meaning you get a brief, you get council approval, and that's it. And they are not involved in construction, which would then give them experience to deal with contract administration. They are not involved in contract closeout. And this is a problem. It's a serious gap where you are only presenting projects. Your 5 projects are only talking from stage 1 to stage 4, which then tells the panel for contract administration, legal aspects, and such, you won't be scored favorably. So it's important when you show those projects, they talk to the various stages. All right, so these are the advisory notes which had been shared earlier by Councillor Bastu, which I'll just talk to briefly. So for architectural design, as I had indicated, you need to show conceptual work, aesthetics, building codes. How have you moved from a client's brief to sketch design? We need to see that progression, either sketches. How have you, how does your architectural intervention talk to the site? Environmental relations, orientation. What informs the orientation of a building? Is it based on north? Where's the building located? It could be Nigeria, South Africa. What's your orientation? So it's important that you are aware of all those aspects, because the panel will pose such question to see whether you have the knowledge and capabilities to deal with this competency. Sustainability doesn't get, but we've seen some applicants who talk to it. It's important when you're discussing sustainability, don't merely say there are solar panels on the roof. Tell us, what other means you are dealing with the issues of sustainability, waste, energy efficiency. How does your building talk to energy efficiency? So you must show us. Construction technology, similarly, we want to see details, choice of materials, site, local materials, and why have you chosen such materials? Building structures, coordination, contextual and urban relations. What informs your design? How are you responding to the neighborhood and micro and macro context? What's your intervention? What's this design, this taxi rank you've designed here? How does it talk to the immediate context? So a lot of RPs are struggling here and are not able to articulate their intervention in terms of the urban relation. We are seeing an RP would present a site with no neighbors or any topography. So that's problematic. Architectural history, theory, precedents. You need to show us similar buildings where you are extracting lessons. If there's a light, certain light comes into a building, and what lessons have you borrowed from other buildings? And you need to demonstrate that. You need to unpack the theory and what informs your building. If it's curvilinear, what informs it? What theory? It could be you gain inspiration from the site, but we need to have that articulated somehow within your allocated time. Building services, technologies, training. Here again, it's a strong point for a lot of applicants because this is what you've been trained to do. Contract documentation, administration. Those who've been appointed from stage 1 to 4, they are struggling with this competency and are not scored favorably. And so it's important when you show projects, show the ones where you've been involved throughout the work stages. Computer applications, again, we're not going to ask you whether you can use AutoCAD or Revit or SketchUp or any rendering software. We are going to see that in your work. We'll see that in your work and we'll score you accordingly. So make sure that when you compile your portfolio, keep in mind that you will be scored for computer applications. Office practice, legal aspects, and ethics. Again, here, you need to talk to what your role you play within your practice. You need to talk to us in terms of code of conduct, your letterheads, people in your employ, your mentee, the people you are mentoring, and how you run your practice and how you, practice code of conduct and ethics. So it's important that you, even if it's short, but articulate your understanding so that we can score. If you merely say, yeah, I do office practice and legal aspects, it's difficult for us to score you. All right. Okay, 5 projects, drawings to present. This has been shared. Okay, again, conceptual sketches for design. We need to see those sketches. Working drawings, environmental relations. We need to discuss, show orientation, elevations on plan, finish. We need to see those. Either you articulate it, but we need to see it. Construction technology, here again, this is easier because you're talking sections, elevations, plans, and details. Okay, building structures, we need to see an RP discussing details and their understanding. Urban context, again, we spoke to this earlier. Precedents, we did mention what needs to be seen and what the RP needs to talk to. Okay, all right, I think I've come to the end of my presentation. All right, thank you, Program Director.
Thank you so much, Councillor Pailane, for taking us through the gaps that has been identified over time with the applications that SACEP received for the RPL and special consent. You clearly articulated the importance of authenticity of work that is submitted. You also took us through the records that should be submitted, which should be of the own work of the person that submits. And also you clearly elucidated on the 10 SACEP competencies and how they should be addressed during the assessment interviews for the RPL and special consent, and also the adequacy that is required within that realm of the 10 competencies. We thank you so very much for that presentation. Delegates, as I've indicated earlier, please jot down your questions. We will be taking them after the next presentation. But if you can also, jot them as well on the platform. And the colleagues from SACEP are there to assist in terms of answering. And thank you once more, Councillor Pailane. We'll move on to the next presenter. I can see she's very ready, willing, and smiling. And the next presenter is Ms. Therese van den Venter, who will be taking us through her presentation, which will be telling us how to improve your RPL and special consent applications and ensuring that we improve your successes. It's all about success. So Teresa will be telling us how to be successful and to make it through the processes of SACEP when you apply for the RPL and special consent. And please jot down your questions and we'll have ample time to address those. I'm looking at the time now. We're doing fairly well in terms of time for this particular webinar. So we'll have quite some time to address fully the questions that you'll be having. As I've indicated, we have amassed quite knowledgeable presenters today to take you through, the nuts and bolts of the RPL and special consent. Let me provide this opportunity then to Ms. van der Venter to take us through her presentation. Over to you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sandile. appreciate. The joy of going third is that everyone is giving you a lot of information. So I feel like I'm going to just come in and try and make sure we are all on the same page. My name is Therese van Deventer. I am a successful RPL candidate, and I have been, so I've been on both sides. So I'm on the panel now as well, and I hope to help you and assist you to just get that last push going and get into the program. It works. It's there to help you just start. That's usually my first advice. So let me share my, and now it's sharing the wrong thing. Let me just see. Okay, there we go. I think you can see me now. Let's see if you can just confirm for me that I'm showing the right screen. Mr. Sandile?
Yes, we can see the screen. Yes.
Yeah, I can see the screen, but it's a working screen.
Yeah, it's a working one.
Okay, perfect. Are you seeing the wrong one, the working one? Or the presentation one?
Not the presentation, the working. I don't know how you can make it full screen. Okay.
Looks fine on my side.
Maybe stop sharing and share again.
Screen.
Yeah.
It's a dual screen.
Yes, a dual one.
Oh, yeah, there we go. Let's see.
Oh, we're good now.
Yeah.
Yes,
Oh.
I think so.
Okay, it's still working, but we can proceed. It's legible.
Okay.
Yeah, let's proceed.
Okay,
Thank you.
So building your portfolio is the most important task. So the moment you decided, I am doing this, get into it. Get into building your portfolio. Decide on your projects and start building it. It is a lot of work, and it's probably the most work you're ever going to do in your life on a project, which will be your complete portfolio project. This is not me, but it's how I felt, obviously, when I started this process, and it's just so overwhelming. And where do you even get into it? So it's actually very simple and easy. Just start. So step one, choose 5 projects. Vusi also had a very well presented on what projects to choose. There is the idea of projects that you do per category. Have a look at them again, but choose your projects well. Then structure them, your competencies that we've been so hard on, but the competencies is really, really the key to success. Set it out, put it in a portfolio, pull it all together, design it, because we are all designers, and this is what we are fighting for. You're fighting to show us that you are a designer and that you can do better. So this would be the starting point, and then I'll help you to just put it together. Okay, so step one, like I said, choose your projects. I don't think we can say it hard enough and explain it enough, but you need to choose the right projects. Yes, there's rules, there's regulations, but your projects need to show the real thing. What is going to happen? What is your competence? My advice is always that when you choose your 5 projects, look at the 10 competencies and make sure that you have at least 2 strong competencies in every project. And people tell me in the interviews that, but there was no history. There's always all 10 competencies, but you need to go and look for them. You need to go and find a way and say, this is what it is, and work through it and determine that if this project then doesn't show the strongest admin skills, which every project does, Then find another project where you have strong admin skills. In an interview time, you only have 5 minutes to present that one project. So you want to be able to make sure that after that 25 minutes, you've really listed all 10 competencies. And in my experience, the best way is to break it up, make sure you show in your portfolio the 10 competencies on each project, but make strong competencies of two strong competencies at least per project. Okay, so that is my first advice, definitely. I want to quickly just, that Vusi has covered a lot. Vusi have covered the part about choosing your projects, choosing 5 different projects. We get a lot of people that has just 5 houses or just 5 garages, or there's really, really merits, and it gives us a lot more opportunity to grade you better if there's a variety of projects that we can actually see what they're capable of. So if you've chosen your 5 projects, it's where the whole thing comes together. It's like getting a project and now putting it together. So what do you need? You need a front page, you need table of content, you need your curriculum, you need your motivational letters, because he also was very, very strong about we need those letters to say, excuse me, that was Mr. Danashwa, but we need the letters to say, this was really your work. We get a lot of letters that is the same notice of each letter from the, so you gave the client basically a letter and said, oh, just sign this. That doesn't help us at all. It doesn't show any competency. It doesn't say anything about you. We need a letter, an honest letter from people you work with, from colleagues, from engineers, from your clients, obviously, but that says this is who you are and what you do and what is your strong points. So make sure those letters are correct. Certificates, degrees, recommendation letters, required documentations. Please go through the application process and make sure that everything we ask for is in your portfolio. So before the interview, we sit with the portfolios and we work through them and we see and we check your eligibility, your projects. And this is the time we take to actually make sure, yes, this person has the right information, and search for information if you don't make it clear for us. So put everything into your portfolio. Make sure we know which projects you're gonna, so index for your projects, and then put your projects in. So my favorite thing is show me the money. Show me the money, meaning show me your motivational letter, show me your design skills, show me what you can do. It's not complicated. Pinterest is your best friend. If you just want to create at least a portfolio front page. We get so many portfolios. I want to say it's not called a portfolio. It's called a Word document. Again, you are showing us immediately that you are not a professional, that you are not capable of a simple task of designing a portfolio. So start and make that first page that we open at least something. Put a presentation there. Just put everything neatly together and you will see how it forms your portfolio and how it helps you to structure it and to actually present us with your capability. So find a basic and work with it. It doesn't have to be fancy. It doesn't have to be special, but just do your part in showing us that you are serious about this. So exactly this, show us the passion. Write in your motivational letter, who are you? What is your architect history? Why are you doing this? What is your passions? Do you have a mentor? This is such an important part. We've spoken about it now a few times, but if you have a mentor, this is the place to tell us. In your motivational letter, tell us, you've worked with this mentor for so long. You have learned this and this from him. You work or collaborate with it on this, this, and this. Give us the detail. If we are searching to look for the points in the end, give you the points to make this successful, we need evidence. Yes, we're having a discussion. 5 minutes again. In 5 minutes, you're not going to give me all this information. In that 5 minutes is a broad summary of this information. So great, put my attention to it, but then bring the detail into it in your portfolio. So if you say you are collaborating with another architect, then tell us about that collaboration in detail. So great, in the interview, like I say, you state, I am collaborating with this person. As per the portfolio, we have been working so long, we do these kind of projects together. This is what I learned from this person. Show us the money. That's what it comes down to. Obviously, you're also, in your motivational letter, it's a chance to tell us what type of projects you work on. So no, you're not giving us a lot of detail, but you're giving us, I have done a project list of this kind of work, for example. If there is, again, you need some points in the end, or we are unsure about something, it's a place for us to go back to and say, but wait, this person has worked on this, this, and this project. And maybe it's a feedback that we can give you and say, we would like to see this type of project. We see it on your project list. What have you done? What can you present to us on that kind of project? So these are the things we want to see in your motivational letter. And this will help definitely to give us a full picture, because we are here to actually see what you have accomplished over the last 5 years, which means you have the education that we didn't necessarily study for, but that we've in experience built up. Okay, so Lucy has talked about competencies, Tanasha has told you about competencies. If you walk into the interview and you are not discussing competencies, you are wasting your own time. It is honestly what this is about. You are doing RPL to show us your competencies in architecture. So SACAP has given us a guideline and said, here is the 10 competencies that we want to know about. It is like getting an exam paper, and the exam paper is, what is architectural design? Step 1, answer 1. So start your portfolio with that. Every project. When you open up your project, you've decided my project is a house or a church or whatever. Your first step is, tell us, what is the architectural design on this? Okay. Lucy have very nicely set it out in terms of, I do have it later on, but we'll see if we get to it. But it's step 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It is really as easy as that. Choose a project and start explaining that project according to these 10 competencies. And then you add the information into it. Okay, so I hope that makes sense what I'm saying. I'm giving you the basic guideline of this. And the guideline is, you choose a project, you take the 10 competencies and discuss the project according to each of their competencies. And you will be successful. Okay, so you know the 10 competencies by now. No matter what the project is. We had an interview at a stage where the person said to me, but it's in the middle of a farm. There is no context. A farm is a context. There's other influences. Where's the closest street? Where's the closest way to deliver something? There's a lot of context in everything you do. every one of these steps really, really is in every project. So discuss every project according to these 10 competencies. Okay, how do we discuss it? So, architectural design. Start with the basics. Who's the client? What do the client want from you? What did you start with when you were there, the client? So I'm sure as architects, all of us have, or architectural professionals, all of us have a notebook that you are keeping a note. You don't go to a client without a notebook. I hope so. But every one of us has a notebook. So we want to see what you've written in that notebook. Did you make a sketch? Did you show the earth? Did you draw the earth? How did you take the information that the client gave you and actually interpret it? It's a plain and simple. What did you do on your process? So this is why when you start the RPL process, you choose your projects. It's good to start early. If you're thinking about it, my answer is start doing it. Because you are losing your information along the line. And that's what's needed to show us what is done. So where's the sketches? Where's the notes? Have those sketches been interpreted afterwards, been taken through the process, been designed, been formed, all of that? Put it in, show it in the presentation. How did you present it to the client? You didn't on the first day just slap an A1 paper down there necessarily and gave them a plan. You had some sketches, you had some ideas, you had maybe a precedent study. This is what we want to see and what you must put into it. So I've given you a basic, and I think Lucy also have given you a basic of this is what we need on design, architectural design, hand sketches, site notes, client instructions, problem solving, ventilation sketches, site sketches. Those information is what we want to see. So I've given you this time just like small examples of it can really look like nothing. It doesn't have to, this is what architecture is. It's about explaining something to you and your client and making sure that you get all the information together and deliver a valuable project. Okay, environmental studies. My definite would be you can't submit a project without a site plan, with where's the roads, where's the north point. It's basics, guys. Just put it in. Just draw a sketch, put it in, and add it to your portfolio. Construction technology, these are anything from details, the communication you had of the interior, the or the details that came from the interior, the details that came from the engineer. It's sketches. So you don't want to necessarily on each project show me all those sketches, but you want to at least on, say, 2 projects, show me details, show me material choices, show me, it's a picture that you take and you put it into your portfolio. The structure of the building, roof details, type of foundations, maybe you had tricky soils, maybe there was something on site that happened that helps and was problem solved. Okay, so when we say, the moment I say problem solved, it puts you on a very high level if there was a problem solving. So we spoke about there's knowledge, there's understanding, and there's problem solving. We want to know. So you started with knowledge, you did the sketches, you did the design, and there was problems because every project has things that you have to problem solve in them. These are the things we want to know. These are the things that must come through in your designs, in your portfolio, and you want to show us. So we don't want to see on each project just wham bam smack, here's my council drawings. So now Shara explained that very nicely. We definitely don't want to just see your council drawings. We want to see maybe some engineering drawings. We want to see a site plan. We want to see council drawings, but not on every project, maybe, or I would say, yes, council drawings on every project, but we want to see other information. So I know we also spoke about the context and where you are in the process of the contextual of the site. There's so many things that you can do for just showing us that, except for a hand sketch, for showing us where the neighbors are, the influence of the neighbor's property. Is the property close to your property? Is it overshadowing us maybe? There's also things like OSCE applications. I've added a page for you guys just to get an idea, the kind of info that you can add into your portfolio. It's not that I have to read what your title is, but at least you can see I know what the title is. I don't have to read your full application to OSCE or your additional paperwork you had to do for HOI. But if it's in your portfolio, as a professional, I can see, hey, yes, they did at least know that there was a basic HOI. There was an HOI who asked for information. There was an HOI who needed answers. And this is what we want to see. About architectural history and theory. Oh no, sorry, that's the one. Sorry, this thing makes it difficult. I just want to move it there. Much better. It is a difficult competency to show, but there is information available. And even if you go and you go back and you look at where was the influences that did influence you, whether it was an article you read or a design that was recently mentioned in one of the magazines, something had to influence you to get to that point. And somewhere you had to go and look for inspiration. So there is architectural history and theory is not just old stuff. It's also what is now available, what is now influencing you to get this project to a point where it is successful. And that is what we want to see. So yeah, mostly pictures, interpretation of the pictures and the sketches. So do a small note with it, add a note, give some information on it, but add info so that we can give you the prints again. Maybe the influence is when it comes to materials or furniture choices or whatever it was on the project. It wasn't necessarily on the topology of the building, but more specifically on the detail in it or a detail that was needed to make the project work. Is also part of history and theory because it's a reference that you had to research and find. Okay, I hope that helps. Building services, I think it's straightforward actually. So this is something that we can see in your council drawings. If it is a project, for instance, in George or in Cape Town, you have to do extensive plumbing on elevation details. So show us that you're capable to do it. Because as a professional, you are going to figure it out if you're in that process. So now we just want to know, do you have the general knowledge? And if you already had the knowledge, then show us you have the knowledge. By simply adding it to your work and showing it, it gives us immediately, okay, you got this. Something as simple as adding a sewer slip. We get so many portfolios that has no reference to any sewer connection. So in the interview, we're obviously going to ask you. We're going to ask you where does this? We get strange answers, and this immediately penalizes you. So give any type of evidence, a sewer slip, a sewer calculation, a sewer plan, to just show us that you are aware that there is sewer, that there is services to that building, and that it's actually going somewhere. Okay. I've added literally a page out of a notebook, just to show you that even just saying, here's my notes, here's what I do, it tells us that you don't pitch up and you just deliver by some miracle. It tells us there is format, there is office, there is documentation, that you understand the general run of your business, of being a professional, of how to work with people and how to do architecture in a successful way and not just in a general, yes, project done or another one copied, or we want to see the evidence. So site photos, certificates, on office administration, I would also say what is good to see at a stage is like, do you know what a Form 1 is? Do you know what forms are needed for council? So on one of your projects, at least, add your council forms, add a form that you had to give to the HRA or submit or answer to the HRA. All of this is evidence, and that is what we need. I think computer applications is a way to easily show us something about your design as well. If you do renders, or if you do a 3D, or if you do hand sketches, or if you do anything that can show us what you present almost to your clients as well. There's definitely a niceness into seeing this person understand design. In the end, architecture is design, and you want to be able to see that everything came together, and that if a person is at least capable to design, you must be capable to present something to a client. So computer applications, a lot of time, what you also present, how you present your projects to the clients, and this helps us to see how you present in general. So I think that's pretty easy and straightforward. I spoke about it at the beginning. The easiest way to just then structure your portfolio is to remember to do your cover page, like I said. Try and just at least write it nicely, put it in a presentation. So every project, I would say, define the project. So a cover page for that project, that if we are going back to a project and we're trying to look for evidence, we know, oh, it was that. So when we get to the cover page, it's easier to find the evidence to show. So a cover page for your project, a page with a description of the project. So in that description, please stick to the competencies. Explain it with the competencies. We get so many portfolios that we have this description, but the description is sort of vague. It's a general, yes, it was a very nice project, the client was very happy, and everything went very well. That doesn't help us at all. In that one description of the project, I want a brief summary of how your competency as an architectural professional came through in the project. So it was well designed, or it was a design that needed the specific design skill. The strongest competencies maybe, but describe the project in terms of the competencies. That is what we're looking for, not a general, yes, it was a nice project. Okay, so a cover page for the project, a description for the project, then give us your developing sketches, give us some renders if you have, show us a video. We had a RPL candidate that gave us these short videos about all of these projects, which was good, but you have to present it very well to get your timing in to show us everything. But it helps. 3Ds, clients' presentations, show us your council plans, show us your council applications, show us maybe information you gave to the HOA, the Heritage, the OSCIA, anything that backs what you went through in this project as a professional. Site photos validates immediately something of it's your project. It's not that easy to get site photos from just anywhere. So if you can show us some site photos with progress and we can see, yes, maybe you have a site photo even with yourself. It really just shows your involvement and it makes it easier for us to market. The finished project, also very nice to see that what you planned was able to be built and you assisted in getting it built. So it completes the project and it makes sure that we are like, yes, this is a good project. It's a valid project because it showed us all of this information. And lastly, what information that you gathered. So your surveys, your SGs, your sewer, your title deeds, your landscape plan, your engineer plan, your interior plans. And then you have a full project that you can actually present to us in then just a capable one. So how do you take all of this information and now you condense it into 5 minutes? So that's why I said you take your big project, which you've given to us in a portfolio, and you condense it into a 5-minute interview. So you take, for instance, your 2 strongest competencies and you brief over the other competencies, but to make sure that you've taken all of this information and just put it all together. So if you have your 5 projects, like the one project I discussed now, you take your one project and you put all 5 of your projects together, then you've set out your portfolio with all the information I gave you in the beginning, the design of the front page, the motivational letter, the your certificates, your documentations, everything you now just put together. And this is your best starting point to actually say, yes, got it. It's all there. We can see what's going on. And we can ask you questions about what you've had and what you missed and what we maybe don't see, but it gives us the best chance of a background. A few things that we've noticed in the interviews is that people don't know how to do a Zoom chat. It is intimidating, it's difficult, and you have to present, and sometimes the presentation doesn't work. So one of my best advice would be practice a Zoom chat. Set up a Zoom chat with someone, present your work, show it, see how to put it on, see how to share it. We get that our candidates really waste a lot of time on trying to make their stuff work. And then in the end, we have to present for you and you are even more uncomfortable because you can't click your own button and say, okay, about this, and that's how you lose time. And you don't effectively get a full session on your abilities. So definitely practice a Zoom chat, get comfortable, learn how to share and give that information through. Then one of the problems I think that we are also experiencing, and which is difficult for even you, is if you don't condense everything together. There's a simple program for free on the web. It's called I Love PDF. And you literally take all your separate PDFs and you say, make one PDF. And that is the easiest way, because now what we find is the candidates is stressed and they open the first project and I don't know where that page is, and then they try and find the page. So if you put it all together and it can slide through it, it makes it much easier. So something simple like out of PDF, just condense it all together, make sure it's in the right order, and you can actually present from there. And we know also what's going on. The other thing that I would say that I've experienced is show up as a professional. Show up and be prepared and show that you are a professional and be on time. Have your portfolio right. Have your messages and your 5 minutes per project in your brain that you know this is what I want to tell them. 5 minutes is short. If you're going to stumble in 5 minutes, you're not going to give us all the information. Then we have to search for it, and it makes your chances less. So make sure you have your 5-minute presentations ready after you've done. So I almost want to say, yes, it's a long process for you, Seika, so you have time. So 1, do your portfolio, get it in, start the process. And when you've submitted your portfolio, start working on your 5-minute interviews and make them really successful. The other thing is be on time. Be on time for your interview. We are not always on time because the person before you wasn't on time. And we are always trying to give everyone a fair chance. So there is a chance that we're going to be late, but be on time for your session. It's going to calm your nerves. It's going to help you to get through it. And it will help you in your success and show professionalism. I've spoken about structure your 5 minutes. I can't tell you enough how important it is between competencies and making sure what you want to say in that 5 minutes is really, really your 2 most important things. The quality of your presentation. And by that, I don't really mean, except for the fact that, like I said now, structure your portfolio. Make sure you show the incompetencies on each project. So except for that, make sure the quality of the portfolio. So we've had portfolios where the council plans were so blurred that you can't see anything. We can't look for any evidence. We can't even see if the dimension on the paraplegic bathroom is correct. Make sure the pages that you add is good. So don't give your presentation to someone to just quickly throw it for you all together. They won't know it's important. You need to take the time, take I Love PDF, put all your plans together and make them fall in line, and that we can still zoom and see the quality of your project and not just get one very messy presentation. And we're supposed to search for evidence and look for answers in there. It all comes down in the end to points. We sit, we go through everything, and we discuss everything. And again, if the 10 competencies is there, if you've discussed them, then we must be able to give you the points. So this is just a quick to say, it's a fair process. There's a way, there's means, just stick to the basics. Okay. I think I've said this 1,000 times, so I'm going to skip that one and just say we are all architects. We are professionals, architectural professionals, and we feel at times like, just give us a break. Just stand back and give us a break. Okay. So take a break and do your RPL. It is really worth it. It's worth it to tackle it and to do it. and start with your portfolio, choose your projects, put them out nicely, and present it to us, and you will be successful. So best of luck to everyone and success.
Thank you so very much, Ms. van der Venter. We really appreciate you showing us and also articulating the how. I cannot overemphasize what you said, giving us intimate details on how to package the portfolio, project portfolio. You took us through how and where the emphasis should be in terms of the packaging thereof, but also come interview day, how one has to prepare fully for the interview. And I like what you said, show up as a professional. Show up as a professional. I like that line. I'm underlining it. Councillor Basju, I like that line. Show up as a professional.
Excellent line.
It's very critical. Yes, indeed, it's very critical. Because at SACAP, we are in the business of ensuring that there are qualified professionals within the industry, and we cannot risk to lower the standards. It's very critical. And I think Councillor Pailani hammered on that particular point to say, the code of conduct is critical in everything that we do. We have to align to the code of conduct of SACAP. Thank you so much, Madam Therese, for that presentation. And all the presentations emphasized, across board, the importance of showing the panel how you have worked on the 10 competencies. That is quite critical, and it's a takeaway that all of the delegates that we have in 275 of the delegates should know and take into consideration. So I'll take this opportunity to open up for questions. I know you've been waiting, delegates, for this particular opportunity. Our panelists are ready to take your questions. The SACAP employees are also ready on this panel to assist with the questions. So let's do that. I have the first question coming from Lee Milling. Lee, let's give you the opportunity to ask your question. Thank you so very much. You can unmute. I see you muted. Manoko, are you helping us? Okay,
Hello?
yes, you are unmuted now. Yes, Lee, you can come in. Thank you.
Yes, it's Louis.
Oh,
But-
Louis.
Okay.
Okay. Go ahead, sir.
Don't worry. Okay, so I've got only a question. I did last year. I did my special consent just for a few building typologies, because I know it takes a lot of time to set up the whole RPL or for the whole portfolio for RPL recognition portfolio. My only question is, so now I'm working on some projects with another, okay, it's an architect, because it's the buildings are outside my scope. But how do we document that? Because at this moment, with the clients, I documented is so they informed that it's not part of my scope, and then I'm working under supervision of an architect that we collaborating with on the project. So we've got two documents in the office. So the one is the proposal to the client that explains everything in the whole project scope. But in that, it states that I am the appointed professional, but and the architect is the supervising architect. And then between me and the architect, we have a separate agreement that states on this project we are collaborating, etc., etc. Is that fine with SACAP to do it that way?
Okay, let me give it over. Thank you, Louis. Councillor Pailani, I know you want to take this one. Thank you. Over to you.
Okay. Thank you, Program Director. Thank you, Louis, for your query. I note you've been granted exemption for some special consent application. So you are now proceeding and doing some of the work which had fallen outside your scope. The buildings that you're doing in collaboration with others, it's important that you accurately capture your details in the title block so that when we do assess you, we can clearly see that Louis was part of this collaboration project, so that when you do come forward with your portfolio of evidence, there are now no concerns to say, but no, hang on, this isn't Louis' project. So that can be an issue. It's important that you your details are correctly captured in the joint venture or your collaboration with the supervising architect. You have documents in terms of appointment and the brief, but it's also important that it's captured within the title block so we can see your details there. So that your practice, if a special concern really is for RPs, it's unlike limited special dispensation that was created for practices. So it's important that your details are captured so that we can prove authenticity, that you are the person who designed or collaborated with the other in doing the work. We are not going to limit you or in continuing that work because someone else is taking the professional responsibility and liability in terms of assuming the risk, the professional risk, and someone capable of doing the work within that category is there to supervise and adequately ensure that those competencies which you may be lacking, that they make up for it. I hope that addresses it, Louis.
It does address it. I'm just talking about a let's call it more contracted view between me and a client, stating that we're working outside our scope, but we do work in collaboration with a supervising architect. So so me, the client, and the supervising architect signs the proposal, so everyone knows about it. And then between me and the supervising architect, we have our separate contract on this project, just to bind us with, okay, so that I can't go and use her or his details, or not just details, but title blocks as we go on, because I'm actually doing all the drawings and working with the client, because I'm the first, or I'm the person that the client is talking to, but she's the one I refer back to, or he's the one I refer back to, that advise me on, even if I don't know anything about the structure, or I need some help, or is that fine? What I mean about it is just the legal, the legal aspect of it, of contracting that.
Yeah, look, it's absolutely fine. And I think it's important that those contractual agreements are correctly captured within the contracts, because you are then saying to the client, this work falls outside my scope. However, there is another architect who's assuming the risk, the professional risk, and is here to advise and supervise. It's important you have that contract in place, because in the event that there's a dispute and the client now charges you, and code of conduct kicks in, you will be protected by that contractual agreement.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. So I'm on the right track.
Yeah,
Thank you, Vusin.
thank you.
Thank you, Louis.
I think
We will take
Program Director.
Frank. Yes, you want to come in?
Yeah,
Come in, Councillor.
on the chat, I think there were one or two similar types of questions, and I think the answer that Councillor Pelani has provided adequately addressed, all the concerns of those who actually want to do work outside their category of registration in collaboration with another category, and I think the emphasis is that it must be correctly documented so that we are in compliance with the SACAP code of conduct, and in the event of anything going wrong, that professional is actually protected and is not found wanting whenever there's an investigation taking place. So I think thank you, Louis, for that excellent question that you posed. I think it answers many of the concerns that were raised on the chat group, and it eases the mind of those who actually want to do work outside their category. And I think when we look at some of the questions, we say, listen, I have a gap in work stage 1 and work stage 2, and I have a gap in work stage 4.1 or I have a gap from work stage 4.2 to 6. So obviously these now allow the RPs to actually gain that experience that they identify the gaps in by working in collaboration with another professional of a higher category of registration to close those gaps. However, the emphasis here is make sure that that your work is well documented, it is recorded, and there is a portfolio of evidence to say, listen, that you was a participant in that project. And I think Mr. Pelani in his presentation did identify, some of the gaps where people were producing work without their details shown on the plan. So it's something that we need to take note of and make sure that we use the advice given to the professionals today and ensure that the details are correctly captured and the documentation and contract documentation is correctly recorded. Thank you. Back to you, Program Director.
Thank you so much, Councillor Basju, for amplifying on that element of the question. Let's now take Frank Marovza. Over to you, Frank, with your question. If you have a specific panelist that would like to pose it to, please specify accordingly. Thank you. Hello, Frank. Okay, seems like Frank is struggling. Let's move on to Serame Sahati. Your question, please, Serame. Serame, Manuko, you'll help to unmute them on your side as well, please. And Leader Monetsi, if you can assist to unmute them. Serame, are you there? Hello, Serame.
So I'm busy with that now.
Louis, can we ask you to mute, please, Louis? As a brief meneer.
Sorry.
As a brief, dankie baie. Let's take Lee Milling. Lee, you can unmute and pose your question, please.
Apologies.
Hello?
Whilst I was moving the screen, I actually lifted my hand.
Hello?
Yes, Lee, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
No, it's Frank here. I'm not
Oh,
sure if you
Frank,
can hear me.
okay.
Yes.
Come in, Frank, come in.
Oh,
We can hear
thank
you.
you so much. I just wanted to check. I've had this question. Subsequently, I think this is my third RPL that I've been in attendance, and I've posed the same question. I've been asked to send emails, but for some reason it ends up on a dead trail without any response. But basically, I think the issue is after one has gone through the RPL and they've not been successful, do they necessarily need to redo the whole process, or there's a certain procedure that one has to follow? The issue was that last time I was asked to send through the results so that they can look at them and make a recommendation. Unfortunately, I did that, but the email ended up on a dead trail once again. So I'm not sure what to do at the moment. So I just wanted to check if there is any specific things that I need to do with regards. Thank you.
I can answer that one.
Come in,
Frank,
leader. Yes, come in.
Your email comes through. I personally answers replies to you. On your second question, yes, you need to restart afresh. You need to start your application afresh. You send your letter, and I didn't want to answer it here. You sent your letter, and I said send it to me. You sent it to me. I personally, the very same day, probably you might not have received, but I personally sent it to you. And the short of the answer is that you can also reapply. That is what you need to do. I know the letter that you send and what it states. What the short of the matter is, you need to reapply, to do it afresh, like as if you have not done anything. So apply again, follow all what the panelists have been saying, and you will be assessed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mines. Are you able to maybe resend that email? Because I'm actually on my emails, and I didn't apparently receive.
Yes, Farah, we don't want to have a dialogue, and it becomes, remember, it's a open platform. It must be, your question must cover everyone, not as a one individual. So can you then resend your email, or I can resend your email to you? But in a nutshell, you need to reapply. Thank you.
Right.
Noted.
Thank you. Thank you, Frank. Thank you, Leader Mnetsi. So yes, it's a straight answer. You have to reapply, Frank. Lee Milling, can we hear from you? You can unmute.
Yes, apologies. Whilst I was moving the screen, I accidentally raised my hand. I pressed the button.
So are you covered in
Yes, thank
all
you,
the
sir.
aspects as presented? Okay, thank you so very much.
Program director.
Yes.
So I'm just watching the chats here,
Yes.
and I think there seems to be a lack of understanding in terms of how Mr. Pelani has answered the question. And just to go through one or two here, Peter is saying, if I work in collaboration with a higher category of professional, do I work under my own title block or of the title block of the architect? And then the other person is Abrahams is saying, so is it permissible to take on work outside of the scope of my work in consultation with a professional with a broader scope, i.e. an architect? So I think we need to emphasize that when you are working with an architectural professional of a higher category of registration, you need to make sure that you're using his title block, but your information is there to say that, listen, I have been collaborating with this architect, or I've been collaborating with the senior technologist, or have been collaborating with this technologist, and I have been involved in doing the work jointly, or these are the aspects of the work that I have done, so that it is correctly recorded. And when your evidence is submitted before this panel, they can then apply their mind and make an assessment. So I think we need to just allay the fear that that you are allowed to do work in collaboration, provided it is correctly documented, correctly recorded, and both from a legal point of view, in compliance to the SACEP Code of Conduct, and in terms of portfolio of evidence, that your information is accurately recorded on the architectural drawings, whereas your name together with your SACEP registration number is on that plan, so we can then so when the assessments are done, the panelists will then zone in on that information, and that will satisfy certain of the criteria that they will be looking for. So when we're looking at the chats now, we're saying you are allowed to collaborate provided you meet the requirements of the SACEP Code of Conduct, and your information is correctly documented legally and reflects correctly on the architectural drawings. Thank you, Program Director.
Thank you, Councillor Basju, for that and the clarification. I see the team is also answering the questions on there. Please, Nuran, continue to do that. Leader Munetsi, please continue to assist on that particular front. Let's take Alberto Maceloni. Alberto, are you there?
Sorry, Mr. Boy, sorry to interject.
Okay.
Yeah, just to provide some clarity. We are saying SACEP wants to transform the architectural profession. We don't want to exclude, limit, or exclude people from working or marketing their services freely. We are not limiting anyone from doing work. You have to do work within your scope of work. If work falls outside your scope, you are allowed to collaborate with others in higher categories of registration. That's allowed. But what we are not going to condone or allow is RPs using registration numbers of those at higher categories. That we won't allow, because that's a violation of code of conduct. So when you do enter into collaborative work, make sure that the supervisor is aware, because he's assuming all the professional risk and liability on the project. If anything goes wrong, he gets to be charged in terms of a contravention of code, or an investigation would be laid against him as supervisor. So he needs to be made aware. So if you are collaborating, those details you are using, title blocks, those people need to be aware, and we need to be also certain in terms of who the author of work is. So we are saying we allow collaboration of work, but we are not going to allow contravention of code of conduct where people are stealing others' registration numbers so that they can submit plans for approval. So it must be clear what kind of collaboration are we talking about here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pelani, for the clarification.
Thank you so much. Let's move on. Molalondo, you can pose your question.
Thank you, Chair. My first one will be a clarity on that one of, okay, I'm practicing as an architectural draftsperson, professional architectural draftsperson, and I am compiling my POE to be upgraded into a technologist. So I wanted a clarity when it comes to a collaboration. Do I need now to write the senior person, the PR that is working as an architectural technologist? Do I need to write him onto my title block as my mentor or as the person who evaluated my work or who checked my work? and also write myself as the person who produced the work. Just that clarity, that will be my first one. The second one, maybe it's not really related to today's presentation, but I just wanted to ask if the qualifications from AIE, which is Academic Institute of Excellence, the National Diploma, which is NQF Level 6, will in a later stage or somehow be accredited with SACEP, so that for us who have such qualification can be recognized, or that qualification will never be recognized. Those will be the two questions, and thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bondo. Maybe to take the last question on qualifications, AIE has started a process to accredit their qualifications. We had a pre-accreditation visit at the IIE in Randburg on the 12th of June, a week ago. So the process has started. So we're working with them to guide them and assist them in terms of the processes that they need to follow to get accredited. So there is work that has been started in that particular regard. And once they have been accredited, we will duly update on the SACEP website on the qualifications that would have been accredited for that particular institution, but there is work in progress. Panelists, the first question, do we have a take? Okay. Yes, Leader Mnetsi, come in.
Before you give to the panelists, let me also amplify on that question. What I wanted to find out is, are you still studying, or you already have that qualification? Because if you have already have that qualification, even if they are accredited, that qualification falls outside the precept of that accreditation. So I wanted to find out from Mr. Ndo, do you already have the qualification, or you are in the process of doing it?
I have completed the national and diploma in architectural technology. I just graduated a month ago.
So that one, it's not accredited, if I'm correct. So but let's wait until the process. But that one, it's outside, because we are not sure which qualification they are going to put forward for them to be accredited. So that one, the way that I'm not sure whether are you a candidate, or are you what registration category are you right now?
I am currently a professional architectural draftsperson.
Oh, okay. No, I thought you are a candidate. Okay, I wanted to suggest something. So that one, unfortunately, that one might not work for you, because it's, as we speak right now, it's not accredited. It's not accredited. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Leader Mnetsi. The first question, do you want to take a bite there, councillors?
Yes, the first question had been clarified by Councillor Baschu, that if you are doing collaborative work, the professional or the practice that's going to assume all the liability and risk in the project, their title block gets displayed. Some, depending on appointment, public government clients, they would require joint ventures where both logos would be displayed, but that's not necessary. All we need to see is to prove that you participated in this project. So your details need to be displayed somewhere in the title block. But the person who assumes all the risk in the higher category, their registration number would be there. Their company a practice number would be there. And you, as the collaborator or the person who drew the plans, would also include your details on that title block. I hope that clarifies it, Mulalo.
Yes, just a last one, maybe a follow-up on that.
Okay.
Let's say the work, I am the person who got the work, and I decided to go for that work which is outside of my category because I wanted to get a good scoring when I go for the interview and the compiling of the POE. But then when I got a work from a client, I say, okay, this is not the work that is within my category, but I'm gonna do this work with somebody on that category. So do I still have to put his company, or I can still practice under my company, but with the assessor or the evaluator of my work as that other person, but putting him on the title block as the checker of the work. Thank you.
Councillor Bastu, do you want to take this one?
Can I bust you?
Okay, I'll attempt that, but I think Councillor Pelani has actually answered this adequately previously, and what we're saying is that in terms of our code of conduct, you cannot work outside your category of registration. Therefore, when you are collaborating with a person in another category of registration, you need to make sure that his title box takes precedence over yours. So the person who's taking the risk, who is going to be held accountable if there's a project failure, that's the person's title block we want to see, first, and thereafter your information can follow as proof that you did part of the work, or you did aspects of the work, or you did the entire project under the direct supervision of that professional in a high category of registration. And furthermore, we need to reiterate what Councillor Pelani has said, that you are not allowed to use the title block or the registration number of another professional simply to shortcut the system and do the work as it is your own. So we need to take cognizance of our SACAP code of conduct and make sure that when we are collaborating with other professionals, it is correctly documented legally and on your architectural drawings that the senior technologist or the architect is the one who's taking responsibility, and that you are merely collaborating and to gain that necessary experience or the gaps that you have identified. So I think you may be found wanting, if there's an investigation or if there's some complaints lodged against you where you used your title block and then use someone else's registration number and claim that you've been collaborating. So make sure that when you say you are collaborating, you use that information of that higher category as the one that we're going to reference first, and then your information follows below that, so that we can then identify you as the person that did the work, but the person who is responsible, the supervisor, is the one who is going to be responsible for the project. I hope that answers or that gives you clarity, Mr. Mdo.
It's clear enough. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
All
Back
right.
to you.
Thank you so much. And I think it also addresses on the chat the question that was asked by Tebohole Hapana about using the two title blocks or not. Okay, let's move on. We'll take Alberto Marceloni. Over to you, Alberto. Hello, Alberto. Are you there? I see there's also Adika Singh. Adika, you can pose your question. If you can't pose it now, please just do it through the chat, and we'll attempt to answer it. Okay, you can come in, Debbie. Victor, over to you.
I would like to know, how do you authenticate the person's name on Teams meetings like this if we do not use voice and we do not use actual video for those that is involved? I know some are limited to 10 people per meeting, other are limited to 100. But if you are such an extreme company, there was a stage where I did one of my best Teams studies with Keith Sutherland. It was called Over the Edge, and we were all on video. In fact, we even had to do some practice like fail with juggling balls, just so that your creative mind can open up.
So, Victor, Debbie, I am failing to
Yes.
understand your question. What is your question related with this webinar or what? I need to understand because
The way you have replied that already say that you are in collaboration with that. And I've listened to all of this, and I know with the right expertise, I will be able to reply. So my question was just if it's Debbie, and I've listened to this now, and I realize I am able to participate. That's it.
Okay, I'm still struggling on my side, but
Let me try.
let's give Teresa to take us through this one. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Hi, Debbie. If I understand your question correct, you're asking how do we verify who you are? Am I correct?
You are, yes.
Okay, so Debbie, in the process of the portfolio submission, you obviously are submitting a full portfolio as discussed. But when we do the interviews, we actually require that you put on your camera. There's no, you're not allowed to not put on your camera. We have to see you and we have to talk to you like this. But we have to see you and
Like having the 3 cameras that you are not
Correct.
cheating your exam.
Sure. No, not at all, Debbie. So we need to see you and we need to talk to you. And obviously in your portfolio, you put your CV. So if you want to really jippo all those things, then I suppose you can. But we have steps in place to check and to validate that you who is applying is also the person who's doing it. And we go through that. So it's really
yeah, I've realized that in a short 2-minute questionnaire. So yes.
Okay.
I
Sure.
appreciate the security and privacy that have been brought into the system.
Yes, definitely. It's just us. It's usually 3 panelists and you, and we sit and have a discussion and we listen to your part and we give you feedback and we ask you questions and we answer your questions.
That's as simple as it can get, isn't it?
Perfect.
Okay.
Okay, thank you so much, Teresa, for that. Yes, we do have quite well-established rigor for even the exams, as you correctly said, Debbie. So we record everything. It's on record. So if there are any issues that will come out later, we go back to the record of the interviews, and we will also deal with whatever issue that might crop up accordingly. Yeah, but I think you have a good view of how we conduct even the PPE exams in that particular regard. Yes, thank you so much. Let's then move on. I want to check on the chats if we have. There's a question from Janine that say, may I present an addition to a building for RPL or only new projects? I'll repeat the question. May I present an addition to a building for RPL or only new projects?
think Mrs. Teresa, maybe you've covered that extensively in your session. Maybe you want to take a stab at that.
What was the person's name? Sorry, I missed the name.
It's
What was
Janine.
that? Janine. Okay.
Janine.
Janine, so my best answer in this type of questions, there was also other questions and answers about what if I present something that is older than 5 years. The basic answer is it's your own risk that you take. So you need to be confident in your portfolio that you are presenting and be confident enough to say, yes, there's one of my projects that, but I want to show a competency through that project. I've done additions, Janine, and some of my additions is much more complicated than a new project. So if that's the reason why you want to do it, then I would say yes, by all means. Additions can be much more problem solving than knowledge. So any project, I would say, does have the validity. Now my words fails me. But it depends on if you are confident that you can show the 10 competencies on that addition, then it's a yes.
Yeah. Perhaps just to add on what Teresa has said, what's important is not whether it's alteration or new work. The importance really is project complexity and project typologies. So you could have done an alteration to a hospital, which aren't done all the time, and you want to then demonstrate your capabilities dealing with medical facilities. So that would be acceptable because it then demonstrates you dealing with various different, project complexities. However, you also need to exercise your discretion. Like, you cannot present to the panel an alteration and additions project, which is minor works in nature. Meaning, if you are only adding a bathroom to a house and you want to use that as one of your projects, it's likely going to work against you because you won't be scoring high marks. But if you want to show an alteration, an addition, which is of complex nature, it's very complex, and it's a high complexity building type, like a hospital, then yes, I would do that. So really, you need to just exercise discretion and see what the intention is of putting a project up, whether you are going to deal with those competencies or whether you are putting up a project to get all 5 projects. So, yeah.
The only other thing that I would add to you is it depends on what you are trying to upgrade to, Janine. Are you trying to upgrade from a draftsman to a technologist? Because yes, there's also a good chance. But if you go any higher, then it would be a risk that you take, that you must make sure it has complexity like it is. So.
I think we need to emphasize what Ms. Teresa has said is that the risk is much greater when you're actually applying for a higher category of registration, especially from senior tech to architect. I would personally not advise you doing additional alteration kind of work unless, like it is said, you are demonstrating a competency or you're demonstrating an aspect that actually profiles your competency. So just be wary of additions and alterations, especially when you are going on a higher category of registration. Because remember, at the highest category, your responsibilities are much greater, and it's not a walk in those applications are not a walk in the park as compared to from a draftsman to a technologist. Back to you.
Thank you for that. Thank you so much. I see a question from Tebohole Hapana on the chat, and the question is, if I don't trust this online presentation, do I have an option of doing it physically? And the answer is yes. You can come to the SACEP office, make arrangements, and come to the SACEP office, and we can be able to, have you physically there for this particular, RPL process. So just talk to Ms. Nuran Constance, who will duly assist you with the processing of that physical panel presentation. We can do that definitely. All right, we're moving on. There's a hand from Button Vetboy. Button, you can please come in. Thank you. You muted, Button.
Adi, can you hear me?
Yes, we
Yes,
can.
yes, you are clear.
Just a quick question. How long after being registered as a professional senior technologist would you advise it's safe to apply for something like this? And then the next question with sometimes you're doing work and you do all the details, all the drawings, and you don't get to construction, perhaps. What would, because you did the work, would that still count as valuable work? Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Button. Madam Teresa, you can take this one for us. Thank you.
I only added, unfortunately, there was a breakup. The first part says obviously 3 years is the valid time to wait before you can upgrade. Did you previously RPL upgrade?
This for your first time, so yeah. If you're a professional, how long before applying for architect?
So I can come in for that. So
come in, leader.
So what you need to do there is you need to move from one level to the next. After you move to the next level, you need to wait 3 years. Then you go you apply again. You then be assessed. After that, if you qualify, let's say you are a draft person, you go to technologist. After 3 years as being a technologist, you then apply for senior technologist. You don't move from technologist to architect. No. You have to go through all those stages. So 3 years, 3 years, 3 years, 3 years.
And
Perfect,
I think
thanks.
to add further to Mr. Burton's question is that if you are a senior technologist and you're applying to become an architect or applying to upgrade to an architect level, I think 2 years or 3 years might not be adequate for you to gain that experience that you need to actually submit a portfolio of evidence unless you're working 24 hours and you're able to actually do extensive building typologies like Mr. Pelani has explained when he was doing his session, that you need to demonstrate different experience in different building typologies. So we are also appealing to RPs that to make sure that you have acquired the necessary experience over the number of years. So rushing in and doing an RPL process because the mechanism is available, may not be necessarily to your advantage unless over the course of your years, the number of years that you've been working, that you've acquired all of these experiences, so from draftsman to technology to senior tech, you have acquired a portfolio of evidence that actually deems you to be competent to actually undertake an RPL process. But if, example, in your 2-year or 5-year working cycle, you then decide that you want to upgrade to a higher category, it might be to your disadvantage because you may not be able to demonstrate, all the building typologies that the assessors want to look at to say, listen, we are confident to grant you that upgrade. So just be mindful of that, especially if your number of years of experience is limited. So whereas you have a 10, 15, 20 years experience, you might be in a better advantaged position rather than someone who has 3 years, the minimum experience, because you might not be able to demonstrate sufficiently. I am not saying that don't do it, but just be mindful of this of this factor that when the assessors do an assessment, they will ask you some of the questions that may find you wanting. Thank you, Mr. Burton.
To maybe double down
thank you so
on
much. I hope you
Mm.
answered Button.
So it's after professional, you count your experience, or is it since you left university, for an example?
So I would say your experience starts when you are in employment, because I'm not sure, Mr. Pelani, do you want to just, or Mrs. Teresa, do you just want to add, because you're more into this assessment thing, is that where your experience, I would say, starts from the time you enter practice or as a candidate, because your university training is purely an academic exercise.
Mr.
And
Burton,
then
sorry.
the second one was about do you, for instance, if you do one project and you do all the details, all the drawings, and you're supposed to maybe get to council level now, and it never reaches that stage, would one setup or one project like that be seen as valuable as part of your portfolio for submitting?
Okay, if I can respond on that one. Projects where you have been appointed, but those projects aren't carried through construction and close-out phase, you need to be very selective and see whether the project you want to demonstrate stage 1 to stage 4, or whatever the stages you had been appointed on. And most of those projects would be feasibility study, concept and initial design development stage, up to stage 3, possibly. So you are not going to talk to competencies such as technical documentation or services, construction details. So a lot of the competencies in that type of project would have been excluded due to the fact that you have been appointed up to stage 3. So you need to now use your discretion and say, I have 5 projects. I need to talk to all these 10 SECAP competencies. Will this conceptual design, is it going to do justice for my presentation? Is it going to talk to everything that I need to present? Is it going to talk to legal ethics, code of conduct, of office practice? Is it going to show all my capabilities as a RP wanting to upgrade? Because remember, it's a project that talks to stage 1, 2, and 3. So you need to just apply your mind and see if it's worthy to include and whether it talks to all the competencies, because it may not work to your favor because the other competencies, you won't be scored in that particular project.
Thank you so much, Councillor. There's a question on the chat from Kolani Ngube. And the question is, I need clarification. What if I only enjoy designing residential buildings, but I want to upgrade to a higher category? How do you adjudicate that? And I think you touched on it, Councillor Pailane, on the variety that should be, I think even Madam van der Venter indicated that there need to be some kind of a mixture which will assist with the, for you to be assessed appropriately. But let me hand over to you, Councillor Pailani, to answer that.
Thank you, Mr. Boy. So if you have a niche in the market, single residential dwellings, if you are a draftsperson and wanting to upgrade to a technologist level, and you are only doing single residential dwellings, and you want to maintain your niche within that market, it may be advisable you do special consent, because your portfolio is only going to talk to one building category, which is a single dwelling residential, either single story or double story. So if you want to do single dwelling residentials for architectural technologists, those will be simple double story. So as a draftsperson, your portfolio would really focus on a single dwelling residential and how you deal with these competencies, and you'll only be granted special consent. You'll be allowed to do that specific type of building. However, if now you want to then upgrade to technologist level, you need to demonstrate your capability, your understanding, knowledge, and ability to deal with various buildings within the next category. It may not be all of them, but we need to know that you are capable of dealing with buildings in the next level or the next category. And if you are only showing a single building type, then it says you are only competent to deal with single residential dwellings. And it may be problematic for us to then score you favorably for the other competencies that deals with communal facilities, medical facilities, apartment blocks where you have a number of dwellings. You need to demonstrate, but if you aren't showing that, then it's going to be difficult to upgrade you. So you can focus on your niche using special consent, but if you want an upgrade, it's best to just focus on project complexity and project typologies. I hope that makes sense.
I think so. Xolani, I hope you are answered there. Let's move on to, we have Colin de Vater, who has a question for us. Over to you, Colin.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you so much for the presentation so far. I wanted to ask you, I've been registered as a draftsperson since 2006. And then 5 years ago, I took myself off to university and I got my bachelor's degree, and I've just completed my honors degree. And I'm in the process of doing my master's. I haven't upgraded any of my status yet because Nita said I should just do it in one go once I've completed my master's. But what I wanted to just confirm, when I was in one of these RPL webinars 2 years ago, she said that I wouldn't have to do the candidacy once I've completed my master's. Is that still the case?
Can I come in?
Come in, leader.
Yes, yes, you need to do your so if you have got masters, instead of doing 36, you do 24 months. So you will do your candidates for 2 years.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, and all of the best with your masters, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I don't see any hands.
Program,
Okay.
Chair. Program
All
Director.
right, you can come
Colleen,
in, Councillor.
if you have been in practice, if you have been in the employ and you have a supervisor, you can apply for a candidacy exemption, special candidacy exemption, where you don't have to do the entire 2 years, but you can present the work you've been doing under the supervision of someone. That's another option. You don't have to wait that 2-year period. You can just apply to write the PPE exam, but you need to still show POE in terms of work done under supervision.
Well, that's wonderful. Thank you. So I plan on finishing my master's by the end of next year. So if I use the next between now and then to get as much experience and then basically doing my candidacy while I'm busy doing my master's. And then I do the PPE exam at the same time.
Yes, you can apply for special candidacy exemption.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Let me. Sorry, colleagues. Let me correct that a bit. Yes, you can apply for special candidates, but the policy for special candidates stipulates is quite different from your settings or from your scenario there. A special candidate is someone who was never registered with SACAP, who was working under someone. As long as you are on our SACAP database and you were a draft person, that policy does not apply to you. So,
Okay.
so it's. I wanted to clarify that. Yes.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay, so I'm back to having to do the candidacy after I've completed my master's.
Yes.
Very old by the time that happens.
Okay, no, thanks. Yeah, but as Mr. Munetsi Chunda said, it will only be 2 years and not the 3 years. All right. We have Kahiso Rasepai. Kahiso, you can pose your question. Thank you. Kahiso, you can unmute and pose the question. I'm noting you, Frank. Kahiso, are you there? Okay, let's take Frank again. You can come in, Frank. We'll take Kahiso after. Over to you, Frank. You can unmute, please, Frank. Doesn't look like Frank is there. All right, let's go to the chats now as we going towards conclusion. There's a question which says, will CPD points be automatically loaded onto our profiles? And I think the simple answer is yes. The CPD department will be assisting in that particular regard. So they will be loaded on your profiles for those that have attended today.
Yeah, also to amplify on that one, that is if the name, the surname, as well as the email used for registration is the one that we have in our database, or the one that you have on your profile, or yes. If it is not, it will be a challenge. That's when, in most cases, you have to write to us so that we can link your name to the email address or whatever you have used there. But sometimes we find out that Munetsi logged in here, but the email that I use is not the one that is in our database, or the name that I am using here is not the one that is within our database. So if you are that scenario that I described applies to you, please, if you did not receive your CPD, then write to us, then we can rightfully correct so. But if everything is aligned, don't worry, you will have your CPD points next week.
Thank you, Leader Munetsi, for that. So please, we have Ms. Nuran Constance on this platform. You can send her an email in that particular regard, and she will duly link you up with the CPD department for the loading to happen, should you be using any different email address. I see Manoko, Brenda, they are, Frank is saying they can't unmute for some reason, as well as Kaiso. Can we assist them to unmute so that they pose the questions? Colleagues, we going towards conclusion. We'll be taking the last questions in order to ensure that we promptly close this particular session at the time that we have put off 2 o'clock. So let's keep the questions going for this 8 minutes. Let me see if Kahiso Rasepai can speak now. Kahiso? Okay, let's try you, Ambani Mpande. Ambani, you can unmute. Yes, Ambani, you were in.
Hello?
Yes, there you go. Thank you.
You
Pose
can
your
hear me.
question.
Okay.
Yes,
I needed to know if I'm upgrading from a draftsperson to a technologist. I need to know if I'm upgrading from a draftsperson to a technologist. Because I heard that he's saying that we must have a different typologist, whereas we are practicing only for a single dwelling. So I wanted to understand on that part.
Okay, I think Councillor Pailani, you can take this one. You did provide some answer to that. Over to you, Councillor.
Yes, thank you, Ambani. Single residential dwellings aren't the only building typologies draftspersons can do. They can do barns and sheds. There are other building typologies that they can do, mostly limited to single story. Those building types can be presented as POE. You are also at liberty to present projects you've done under the auspice of other principals or supervision of others. You can present the work you've done under the employ of others. You can also present the work you've done in collaboration with others. And this work is likely going to be beyond your scope as a draftsperson. What we've noted mostly at our RPL assessment and special consent, draftspersons mostly present single-story dwellings for residential families. And it's limited. You know, some would present churches, crematoria, and places of worship. It's not just limited to residential dwellings. You can show your expertise in terms of your architectural intervention, looking at the other building typologies. So what we are saying here today is don't limit your presentation or your POE just on one building. Is that clear, Mbani?
Yeah, it's clear, but for me, because you are in, especially in town, for doing the farming like projects is very scarce. It's very difficult because you are based in town, where mostly our target is the nearest townships in Pretoria. The farms and to do the bunnies and the sheds is very difficult.
Bonnie, my best advice would be see how well the projects that you have, you can present. You want to upgrade from a draftsperson to a technologist, if I heard you correct. So try and see how well you can present the projects that you have. Take the 10 competencies. If you can write 10 competencies, solid competencies, like we've discussed it today in detail, then you will be fine. But take the 10 competencies, take the projects you have, and see how well you can describe them. And that will help.
Okay, I'll try that one. Thanks.
Thank you. Panelists, let's take, I think, Kaiso. Rasepai can be able to speak now. Over to you, Kaiso. Let's be short, sweet, and to the point. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to ask the question. So I have a question, and my apologies if it was raised before and was answered. So I'm currently registered as a senior technologist, and I'm studying as well my master's, a professional master's for that matter. So I just want to know if I want to upgrade to a professional architect, do I also need to take the candidacy, or it's going to be a straight application for upgrade? Thank you.
Thank you, Kaiso. Leader Mnetsi.
Sorry, I didn't get the full question there. I heard that he's studying, and yeah, then I was distracted a bit. Can you come again, leader?
Thank you so much, Mr. Munetsi. My question is, I'm currently a registered, a professional senior architectural technologist, right? So, and I'm doing my master's degree. So I want to know if when I want to upgrade, do I need to take the candidacy as well, or it's going to be a straight application for upgrade? Thank you.
Right. Let me just ask you a question then. Have you been a candidate before?
I have been a candidate before, and I took the PPE exam.
No, leader. Once you finish, you apply, we upgrade you, because you have gone through the candidates. You have done all those 6. There are 6 competencies that you do under candidates. You then wrote your PPE exam, paper 1 and paper 2. If you only wrote paper 1, then you have to write paper 2. But if you wrote both of them, no. Once you finish your masters, you come, we check it, we upgrade you to the next level.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for that. Debbie Victor, you wanna come back? Debbie? Hello, Debbie. All right, looks like Debbie can't speak. Manuko, can you try to unmute Debbie?
I'm sure it's an odd one.
Old hand. Okay. All right. Colleagues, those who are using different emails to the one that we know at SACAP, can you please just put your emails on the chat so that it will becomes easier for the uploading of the CPD on your profiles. Please just put it there, and we'll engage with the CPD department to assist accordingly. Even if you can't do, if you can't do it now, you can send your email to basil.ingle, who will be able to assist you. You should know him. He works for the CPD department. The email is basil, BASIL .ingle@sacapsa.com. Yes, Leader Mnetsi, you can come in.
Yeah, I wanted to say that they must not put their number or SACAP number on the chat. So if only those who are using different emails, they can put their name, surname, and the email that they the one that is in on their profile. Please do not put your SACAP number on the chat.
Okay, thank you for that. I think we have covered quite a lot of ground in terms of the questions online on the chat, as well as those that were asked rather, by the colleagues. And we are thankful to everybody that attended. We're still having quite a lot of delegates on the platform. I see the number is 253 from 275. So it shows that these webinars are quite critical. But additionally, the questions that were asked show that there is quite a lot of interest in the RPL and special consent processes. Let me thank everybody that took time today to be with us for the 4 hours, but also thank our panelists. Councillor Basju, thank you so very much, sir, for always making the time to be with us. Even when we call at short notice, you are always there. Thank you, Councillor Pailani, for making the time. And also for eloquently ensuring that we run these particular assessments according to the protocols of SACAP. Thank you, Madam Mrs. Teresa van der Vender, for always also making time to be in the panels, but availing yourself as well for this particular webinars. I saw there was one comment there that said you have made life simple. For me, that was one of the participants, and this is all about it. We want to make life of our applicants very simpler. We wanted to show them how best do you package your portfolio and the evidence that must go with it. How do you link up your 10 competencies when you are presenting to the panelists? So that is quite critical. We are thankful to the SACAP staff as well for the coordination. Brenda and the team, thank you so much. And the IT department headed by Mr. Munetsi Chiunda, we thank you so very much. And we over with 4 minutes. And I apologize sincerely for going over time. And we're closing this session now. And thank you so very much to everybody for attending. And we wish you well, those that are studying. We wish you all of the best. And we look forward to seeing you back with your degrees. And we will be gladly assisting you to upgrade. And as Mr. Munetsi indicated, if you have gone through the PPE, it makes things simpler for the upgrades to happen. So thank you so very much. And I wish you all the best of what is left for the day. And wishing you well with your submissions to SACAP. We're looking forward to receiving them and assessing them accordingly. And as indicated, if you want to do it physically, please write to Ms. Nuran Constance, who will assist you, and we can be able to have you at the office and assist you. Thank you so very much, council members, panelists. Thank you so very much. Enjoy your day further. Thank you. Thank you. And bye to everybody.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.